This House is in Standing Finance Committee.
Mr. Chairman, Head 83, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, in the amount of $81,210,034.
Honourable Member for St. Philip South.
Mr. Chairman, I beg permission for my team to join me in the Well of Parliament for the presentation and consideration of this head.
So granted, Honourable Member.
Thank you.
I just go, yeah. Hold on.
Let me welcome the Minister and his team to the well, and I will proceed outlining to you the procedure for this session. Honourable Minister, you are allowed an overview of the ministry for 10 minutes. Thereafter, every question that is posed to the minister, he has 5 minutes to respond. Members of the team, before you begin to speak in this session, you identify yourself and your title, and you're given 3 minutes to respond to a question that may be posed as directed or once you're referred to by the Honourable Minister. Honourable members of the House are quite familiar or should be familiar with this procedure by now. You are allowed 3 minutes for your question. If at any point in time you have exceeded that time, or you have in your preamble, you're reaching that time frame, I will let you know. You're allowed 3 questions outside of the follow-up questions that may have coming out of a particular response from the minister and his team. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start the session by first introducing the team here with me. To my right is Mr. Terry Bascom, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security. To my left is Ms. Keely Holder, Chief Agriculture Officer. Behind me, the officers are Mr. Frederick Ennis, CEO of BADMC, Senator Shanika Roberts-Odle, CEO Acting, Barbados Medicinal Cannabis Licensing Authority, Mr. Orlando Atherley, CEO, BAMC, Dr. Mark Trotman, Chief Veterinary Officer, Dr. Beverly Wood, Director, Government Analytical Services, Mr. Michael James, Senior Agriculture Officer, Mr. Glenn Marshall, Senior Agriculture Officer, Mr. Brett Taylor, Senior Agriculture Officer, Mr. Sherlock King, Manager of Markets, and to join us will be Dr. Leroy McLean, Consultant on our Black Belly Sheep project. In reflecting on the year 2022-2023, Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to note that we did have more positives than negatives, but we all must face the reality within the global context of what we had to navigate, and even in the domestic environment, the challenges that we faced. I would therefore like, Mr. Chairman, to present to you from three basic standpoints: the global context, the regional context, and the domestic context. The three main developments affected agricultural production in Barbados during the review period are climate change, challenges with soil quality and erosion, frequency and intensity of natural disasters, drier dry seasons and wetter wet seasons, rising temperatures, and the evolution of pests. COVID-19 pandemic was one, and all of us are familiar with the challenges that we face. And this impacted international travel, business, and employment activity, especially in tourism and wholesale and retail sectors. Shipping or trade logistics, fiscal imbalances mainly due to government's increased expenditure on healthcare. And then we also have the Russia-Ukraine war, which exacerbated prevailing trade distortions, particularly in relation to maize, wheat, fertilizer. Those are main ingredients in agriculture. And if we were to look at the regional context, we would all agree that within such an environment, then the linkages to regional development, regional trade, regional agriculture would also be negatively impacted. But if that wasn't enough, we also had some natural disasters to contend with. And we had, all of us know, the ash fall from the eruption of the La Soufrière volcano in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in April 2021, followed by Hurricane Elsa, July 2021, which caused substantial destruction in agriculture, damage to infrastructure as well, and many small farmers having to go through grappling with the consequences of the event. And then, of course, within the region, we are working with the Agriculture Subcommittee on the CARICOM 25 by 25 vision, which is putting us in a position to be able to reduce our food import bill by 25% by the year 2025. And of course, there's an established ministerial task force that is forging ahead with this. And so far, I must report to this honorable chamber that things are moving according to plan, and this target is indeed achievable and may be surpassed. Certainly here at the Ministry of Agriculture, we have set ourselves a target of 26% reduction, and that too can go up once we can get things moving. When I looked at our 2018 manifesto, I was challenged to deliver a number of things in agriculture based on our commitment to the people of Barbados and indeed to all of our stakeholders. One of the things that we were challenged to do was to make sure that we looked at the restructuring of the sugar industry, and that is an ongoing process, but that process will soon come to closure. We also had to move ahead with legislation for the protection of crops, which is familiarly known among stakeholders as the predial larceny protection legislation. And then we also had to establish allotment gardens across Barbados, using Lears as one of the locations, Pine Basin as another one, in order to introduce allotment gardens in Barbados. And then we have to look at incentivizing the use of greenhouses, hydroponics, and new efficient technologies that are less water intensive and high in crop production. Of course, we had to develop a black belly sheep industry, and we've also entered into an agreement with Guyana, where we are exporting black belly sheep to Ghana to help expand the population and give us a chance to take advantage of the value added, whilst being able to bring local lamb to the domestic space and indeed to the tourism sector, so that we will be serving local lamb and reducing our imports of lamb. And then, of course, we saw the transition to modern technology in the agricultural sector, which makes lives of farmers easier, attracts young people, and contributes to the country's sustainable development through greater food security. And only yesterday, I was looking at SDG 2, which is our Sustainable Development Goal. And I must say that we are, in fact, on target in tackling all of the requirements under the Sustainable Development Goal, and well ahead of making sure we can achieve the 2030 target, even though I do recognize globally that given the setback with COVID, the Russia-Ukraine war, and climate change, globally, overall, we may very well miss the 2030 goal. The Ministry of Agriculture has been doing tremendous work in making sure that we can keep farmers engaged, and we've started the Farmers Empowerment and Enfranchisement Drive, which is commonly known as the FEED program, to do a number of things. One, to make sure that we can give training to people so that they can treat agriculture as a viable career option. Equally, help them to understand what is required to get involved in agriculture, and then give them a sense of business in that training as well, so it can be treated as a business. We've also made sure that we work with farmers to increase our crop production. And in order for us to be able to achieve this, we were heavily dependent on the work of our technical officers, our extension officers, and indeed the Chief Agricultural Officer, the Permanent Secretary, and the team to make sure that we can deliver on this. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to report that we have seen increased production in a number of crops that we hadn't seen this type of growth in over a period of time. Sweet peppers, an increase of 3% over 2021, or a total 474,463.73 kilograms. Beet, an increase of 6% over 2021. Onions, an increase of 6% over 2021. Cabbage, an increase of 7%. Cucumbers, an increase of 8%. Eggplant, an increase of 17%. Pawpaw, an increase of 21%. Pumpkin, an increase of 22%. Cantaloupe, an increase of 3%. Carrots, an increase of 32%. Eddos, I've been speaking about Eddos for a long time. We are now seeing the return of Eddos, moving from 201,045 kilos in 2021 to 287,629.28 kilos in 2022. Watermelon, an increase over 2021 from 871,260 to 1,457,939.99 kilos. And yam also is one of those crops that we had started to see some decline in, but with the good work of the team at CARS and the team in the ministry and indeed the stakeholders, we are able to see an increase of 70%, moving from 580,639.89 kilos to 988,969.88. Chinese cabbage also had an increase of 80%, moving from 124,577.02 to 224,256.67. And muskmelon from 7,484.35 kilos to 38,356.16, or 42% increase. This, Mr. Chairman, represents solid work that has been done in the ministry and indeed within the sector to be able to propel us forward in being able to deliver for Barbados and reach towards our food security and, of course, the second plank within the ministry, our nutrition objectives as well. I must say to you, Mr. Chairman, that we have seen also some movement within the livestock sector, and we do know that livestock is very topical right now, given the fact that we are grappling with the increase in cost, particularly as it relates to feed prices. But I'm happy to report to you that commodities like eggs and poultry continue to improve. We are seeing increases. Eggs have moved from 2,605,662.07 kilos to 3,099,413. And chicken, when we looked at chicken, based on the amount of chickens that were sold in form of baby chicks, we recognized that when we finish the calculations on chickens as well, there should be an increase in production. Mr. Chairman, I strongly believe that the activities within the ministry should be highlighted so that the country gets a full understanding of what was required in order for us to achieve our objectives. We did state that we were going to develop a catchment pond at river in St. Philip because we recognized the challenges that the farmers were facing over there. And we kept our commitment and was able to deliver a catchment at Brown's Pond at river in St. Philip, which would carry 6 million gallons of water at a cost of 1.1 million to service 60 acres to start with. And there would also be a phase 2 of this project, which would then give us an opportunity to connect the other farmers at river. At Haggards, we also put in a 4 million gallons reservoir, completely lined at a cost of $235,000 to service 40 acres of land, giving us a national fruit orchard at Haggards and putting us back to the days of the 70s when people were able to go there to get a wide variety of local Barbadian fruit. And the honorable member for the city is looking at me because he knows only too well the value of Haggards. At Lears, we have a reservoir with 21 million gallons to service 77 acres of crop production, and this also includes our allotment gardening. The honorable member for Christchurch West will be happy about this because he's the one that was pushing for this in cabinet. I'm happy to note that we have delivered on it, and currently we have farmers engaged at Lears. We are completing the clearing, and of course, you will see Lears in full production, certainly by middle of this year. The cost of the delivery to the commercial farmers at Lears is $3.5 million, and this includes a 1.1 megawatt floating PV system at a cost of $2 million when fully installed. At Bordens, there's a 7 million gallons at a cost of US $140,000 to service approximately 50 acres of land. And at Bordens, we're also doing a recreational project as well that can serve as a new tourist attraction in Barbados. And this is set also to be completed by the middle of this year. The challenges we had at Bordens would have been because of the persistent rainfall. It was difficult to mobilize heavy equipment in that area. But we are forging ahead and would certainly be able to complete that project, giving Barbados a new agri-tourism project, in addition to all the others that we've been examining and looking at with ICA. In addition to this, we've heard over and over about breaking hard pan soils, and I'm happy to report that the ministry, in fact, has embarked on this work, not only on government properties, but also for private farmers as well. And so far, we've been able to do subsoiling on 1,163 acres of land right across Barbados, and this also includes schools. Must state at this point in time that we are pleased to note that we have signed an MOU with Conscious Planet in February 2022 to promote the importance of soil health and collaborate on work towards sustaining soil health and maintaining soil organic content at a minimum of 3%. We're also involved in FAO project, Caribbean Soil Management, for restored watersheds and sustainable food systems. You do know already that the sugar crop has already started, and we've projected 107,000 tons of cane to go to the factory, and we can speak more about that today, Mr. Chairman. And then, of course, the Farmers Empowerment and Enfranchisement Drive is still moving ahead, and so far I'm pleased to report that at Mount Poyer, at Bath in St. John, at Wakefield in St. John, at Spencer's in Christchurch, or on the border in St. Philip, and right across Barbados, we have been placing farmers on land and continuing to work with the feed program, and I wish to commend the work of the officers at the BADMC for getting us through this project. We've started a project as well, Mr. Chairman, that speaks to kitchen gardens or community gardens, and this is called Project Care. Project Care is designed for us to be able to reach communities. Care meaning community agriculture response and empowerment. And what we are seeking to do is to get communities back together. Of course, this should be of considerable interest to the Honourable Member for the city as well. Bringing communities together to make sure that they can, one, have the opportunity to socialize. Many of our older people stay indoors simply because there is really not much going on in the community, and that's the reason why you will see so many of them come out for Q in the community. But we are hoping to be able to bring back that fellowship amongst the senior people by allowing for these community gardens to take place. And I have to thank the BAMC and the BADMC for helping us to move this project along. This project so far has given us over 40 small farmers across the island benefiting from clearing and cultivation services on over 40 acres of land as well. And they also got the inputs. Some got seedlings, okra, watermelon, squash, and cucumber, clean planting material and fertilizers, and we were able to work with our private partner, Gales Hatchery, to be able to give out 8,000 baby chicks across Barbados for families, particularly the most vulnerable in this country, to be able to rear chickens as a source of income and indeed a source of getting food supplies. And at the Pine Basin, we have committed to 34 allocations of allotment gardens and 6 acres of land to give people in the surrounding area an opportunity to be able to go there and do active farming as well. Our Black Belly Sheep program, this expansion program is being accelerated with the assistance of Guyana under the St. Barnabas Accord. As part of the accord, Barbados is expected to export 1,000 animals to Guyana, and to date, I'm happy to report that we have already exported 493 sheep, and the others are expected to be delivered by the end of March or April. In terms of a legislative framework, Mr. Chairman, we have done a significant amount of work there as well. We've done work in terms of Animal Diseases and Importation Amendment Act 2022. This was when we were grappling with African swine fever. We are also we also have done the Protection of Agricultural Products Act, which is what I referred to earlier. The chairman of Project Care has just arrived, the Honourable Member for St. Michael East. We've started our work on our sanitary and phytosanitary program, and so far we have done the Plant Protection Bill. This was passed on December 14th, 2022. We've also done the Animal Health and Veterinary Public Health Bill. This was passed on December 14, 2022, and now we are about to complete the Food Safety and Quality Bill. This bill is significantly advanced and is expected to come to Parliament either this month or early next month. And then the Three Houses Spring Act, this is an act that dates back to 1713. So we are truly Electrolux because we are now cleaning up all of what was outstanding at River, and we are expecting to be able to bring this, repeal the old Three Houses Spring Act and bring a completely new act to this honorable chamber this year. The Barbados-Ghana Food Terminal, the process has begun. We have 2 private sector persons who have expressed an interest in participating. We've got the designs, and we've started the process with town planning to make sure we get the permission to construct. The aquaculture project at River, I'm happy to report that that project has been commissioned. The equipment has been installed, and we expected to see the facility ready for production by the end of this month. And we've just completed the work on a state-of-the-art abattoir where the prospectus is available to the private sector for them to be able to invest in that abattoir and give us an opportunity to be able to have our own specialty cuts rather than import all of the cuts that we currently use in the tourism industry and indeed across Barbados. Our medicinal cannabis licensing authority, we have been able to get that up and going. So far, we've had 29 licenses from 12 applicants and are currently at various stages of processing at the BMC-LA, 7 cultivators, 6 import, 5 retail, 4 transport, 3 export, 3 processor, 1 research and development. It is expected that by the end of March, the Barbados Medicinal Cannabis Licensing Authority will collect between Barbados 1.5 to 2.1 million in application and license fees. And I said, there goes the naysayers who were saying that this couldn't be done, that we had the wrong approach. People must recognize there was no business during 2020 and 2021 and a major part of 2022. And Mr. Chairman, sometimes it makes me sad to hear the comments that are being delivered by people who are either ill-informed, not informed, or choose to be mischievous. But whichever way it is, here is the proof of what has been taking place at the Barbados Medicinal Cannabis Licensing Authority. And we have approved by Cabinet the Agricultural Production Acceleration Plan 2023, which will see us developing a plan that would allow for us to export sweet potatoes to the UK. And our target is to be able to export 100 million over an established period of time. It is not going to happen overnight. I don't want to give anybody the impression that this is going to happen overnight. In this current estimates, we have $15 million allocated for us to set up a germplasm bank at the home agricultural station, which will be second to none in the region and should be able to provide us with all of the clean planting material that we need for Barbados. And indeed, we should be able to help our neighbors within CARICOM as well. And then for climate change and agriculture policy, Cabinet has approved on September the 29th for climate change and agriculture policy as well. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to report overall improvement within the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security, and I'm pleased also to report to the country that we have met our manifesto commitments, surpassed them, and are on to new work as well. And I am also glad to note that the team has remained committed with me in achieving our objectives in order for us to achieve our food and nutritional security goals, whilst at the same time committing to SDG 2. I'm obliged to you, Chair. I beg to move that this head now stand part.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Moving to our question and answer session. Honourable Member for St. Michael North.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to one and to all. Good morning to you, Minister, and your team. Let me first start off by giving you a sincere congratulations. I feel like calling you the dream team because I don't think that agriculture has ever received this level of attention, this level of effort, this level of vision and strategy. And your results speak for themselves, Minister, and I think that you must be applauded for the excellent work that you've been doing in this ministry. Excellent work. And, from my position as an outsider many years ago, looking on at what was happening within this honorable house and how ministries and ministers operated and functioned before, it always seemed like if agriculture was something just pushed to the side. It was a ministry that was never really given the level of attention and given that strategic position of importance within a functioning society. But you have brought agriculture to the fore, and I think from the time our Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East, and Prime Minister would have created this ministry and added food security as one of the tenets thereof, I think that that was a pivotal moment of transformation for us as a nation, and I think that you are helping us as a nation to become more secure. So I applaud you and your team for that. And you alluded to, and I'm going to give you the opportunity, Minister and team, to expand for us now at this stage on the relationship with Guyana. Of course, as a minister who holds responsibility for industry in our country and our government, I'm particularly interested in this one because I hear mention of the food terminal. And the fact that we know that Guyana has for many years as a part of our Caribbean community has been seen as the food basket of the CARICOM of the Caribbean. They have rich expanses of land. They have almost every mineral and asset you can think of. And it is, of course, strategic for us to link with them given our small geographical size and their large geographical size. It's important for us to see how we can strategically link with them. So I was interested to find out from you how it is that we are seeking to use that relationship with Guyana through the food terminal to boost our exports of our local production. And I want to twin with that all in one as one question so we can then go to the second one. How is it that we are actually going to be utilizing our local production in our International Food Science Center, which also is one of the key, I think, and strategic and pivotal achievements of this administration through my ministry and the BIDC at Sport Barbados, where we would have launched that late last year, that provides local agricultural producers the opportunity to bring their raw materials into a space to have them processed through agro-processing, converting them into new products like seasonings and condiments, et cetera, and to move that product from Barbados all across the Caribbean. And I will say this in closing for this first question, Minister, and you must take part credit for this as well, because we would have had a case and a scenario at the International Food Science Center where one person producing condiments in Barbados, I'm not going to try to be too descriptive, but one person producing condiments in Barbados would have been producing at about 300 units. The chairman is smiling at me, so I'm going to wrap up. He was been producing at 300 units per week. And that was, of course, satisfying his local demand, but he was still a bit stretched. 300 units in his own little space. And he came to the International Food Science Center, and in one day, in a couple hours, he was able to produce 3,000 units. And he was able to move, in that moment, from just supplying to local producers to then being able to export into the Caribbean region as well. So I want to hear more from us relative to the food terminal, that connection with Guyana, and how we're going to be boosting our local production to help our people to grow and expand.
Thank you, Honourable Member. What I'm going to do, first of all, is ask the Permanent Secretary to speak about the work we had to do with Guyana in order to be able to harmonize our relationship, because there are lots more to this than what meets the eye, and certainly people are not aware of many of the challenges that you will have by moving agricultural products from border to border. And we were able to establish a committee that helped us to be able to settle most, if not all, of the issues related to moving agricultural produce between the two countries. And then I would let the Chief Agriculture Officer speak to the operation of the food terminal. You'll be interested to note that it has similar tenets to what you mentioned in the Innovation Food Science Center. And because we are a good logistics hub, given the fact that we probably have more flights to the UK than most other CARICOM countries, to the US, to Canada, and then with the ability to connect to other flights as well, it makes Barbados the perfect location for us to be able to get involved in export, and Guyana the perfect location in order to give us scale in terms of production. And then when we combine that with the potential to also tap into Roraima, which is just across from Guyana, moving through LATAM, then you can see the potential for us to be able to expand, giving us real scale in production, but at the same time using the logistics that we have here in Barbados to be able to tap into the diaspora for sure, and then give us new markets in order for us to be able to export. So I would let the Permanent Secretary speak first about the work that was done between us and Guyana, and then the Chief Agriculture Officer, and Dr. Leroy McLean can also at the same time update on the Black Belly Sheep Program.
And thank you, Minister, Chair. My name is Terry Bascom, and I'm the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security. Now, I know you only have 3 minutes, so I'm gonna try to be succinct as possible. And from where I sit, the relationship with Guyana, I would prefer to explain it within the context of the strategic repositioning of the agriculture sector in Barbados. Minister Ishmael, you made a reference to strategic positioning when you spoke. And we have to accept that when we look at Barbados, we're a small country, we're limited in resources. Much of the agriculture that we're still involved in is open field, requires lots of land. And we also know that there is a significant demand for land for other areas of development activities in Barbados, housing, renewable energy, etc. It therefore meant that the government, through the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security, had to find strategic ways to expand our production base. We all know the historical relationship between Barbados and Guyana. I don't need to go back to that. And we also know the congruence in terms of the vision of the Honourable Prime Minister and President Irfan Ali of Guyana. And that paved the way, Chair, for the two countries to sign St. Barnabas Accord, which identified several areas of activity, but for the purpose of this exercise today, we will focus on agriculture. That relationship through the program speaks to several areas of agriculture: crop production, livestock, aquaculture. You'll hear later about the shrimp projects, etc. The minister alluded to them earlier. But the whole idea was to combine with Guyana, representing that they have what we don't, the land mass. They have that critical land mass, because the only way that we're going to really make an impact on agriculture production and return the sector to the day when it used to really contribute in a measurable way to GDP is through scale. So that was the main strategic purpose. Now, I should say to you, the minister also made a reference to the ministerial task force. While that comprises members from throughout CARICOM, I have to admit that the main impetus in that group comes from the Barbados-Guyana relationship. The reality is, it is sad to say, but if you had to wait for all the countries in CARICOM to get on board, we are not going to advance very far. The decision was taken strategically and objectively that if Barbados and Guyana combine their energies, forces, and vision, that together they can at least start the ball rolling, as we would say, with the hope that others will join. And I can say to you that that has actually reached a stage of fruition where that relationship has proven to the others in the region that this can work, that countries can come together for a common cause and try to achieve some level of objectivity. Now, I would want, though, before I close, to just make reference to some of the key areas that are being discussed within the context of that relationship between Barbados and Guyana and the broader context with the Special Ministerial Task Force on Food Security. For example, transportation. We do recognize that it is okay to produce more, but then you can't consume everything you produce. You have to be able to export, move goods across the region, and that is one of the challenges that we have. As we all know, we have some serious roadblocks as it comes to easy transport of goods throughout the region. I believe we are coming closer to a solution, and I will leave perhaps the minister to speak to that if he so desires. Another issue that came up as a result of that was the whole notion of sorry, application of crop insurance and the availability of crop insurance for our farmers. The reality is that when persons invest lots of time and energy and financial resources and effort, and they do not see results almost immediately, they tend to recoil, they consider themselves a failing, and then it becomes difficult for even the ministry to convince them that they should go again. One of the ways to encourage the farmers throughout the region to get into agriculture and to produce more is to provide some level of protection for them so that at least they can hedge some of their losses. And we know where we are with respect to hurricanes and those kinds of exogenous developments. So we have to make sure that we try to provide a mechanism within which our farmers can feel protected and produce more. Another big one, the minister made reference to it. We've made some advancements in terms of the legislative framework, but again, within that mechanism with CARICOM in Guyana and Barbados, we've also developed an SPS framework that would allow for products of plant and animal origin to move seamlessly throughout the region without being obstructed because of technical barriers to trade. So those are some of the main things that we would have achieved as a result of partnering with the Guyana. It's a very strategic approach to ensuring that we produce with scale and contribute in a meaningful way to the economy or the socio-economic development of this country.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Keely Holder. I'm the Chief Agricultural Officer at the Ministry of Agriculture and Food and Nutritional Security. As it relates to the operations of the food terminal, first of all, I want to contextualize it by looking at the fact that Barbados is logistically considered as a hub for interregional trade, particularly in the OECS countries. Currently, as it stands, we import most of our fresh produce from the United States, from Miami. This takes about 12 days from ordering to actually get here. This presents a food security challenge for us, not only a risk in terms of about a 12-day turnaround time with a one-week shipping time, but there's also the impact that you're supplying all of your fresh produce from one area. The relationship with Guyana and with CARICOM in general is strategic because it means that we are relying more on the region for our food. Specifically for the food terminal, the opportunity then exists for us to set up a terminal here in Barbados, which would allow us to move produce from Guyana, which is PS indicated, has a large land mass, into Barbados and onto the other OECS countries, potentially onto other trading partners where the region does a lot of business, US, UK, Europe, etc. The key thing here for Barbados is that we tend to have a significant amount of airlift. So typically it's about 17 flights a week in off-peak period and more than 30 flights a week. And from what I understand from Grantley Adams International Airport is that those flights are going back half full every single day. So this creates an opportunity for us to export and move product not only from Barbados but to US, UK and Europe, into Europe. in particular. So the opportunity to move product from Guyana, which does not have that significant kind of airlift, into Barbados and then onward to other destinations is a significant opportunity. What it also does, particularly for agro-processing, as Minister Ishmael was asking, is that it opens up the opportunity for greater agro-processing above and beyond what we would be able to do in Barbados. Before you can get into agro-processing, you need to have an affordable and abundant supply of raw materials. And that is a critical point. It has been a critical point for the manufacturing sector. So the food terminal creates an opportunity to boost our agro-processing capacity above and beyond what we are currently doing. It also, at the national level for farmers, is also going to create an opportunity because inherent in the food terminal is also going to be a national pack house, which would allow us to receive more product from our Barbadian farmers, allow us to hold and store for a longer period of time, which also speaks to the aspect of food security because we are now increasing our fresh produce stores in Barbados. And it also then creates an opportunity for our local farmers to participate in opportunities for export. So not only is it addressing food security by sourcing from our nation nationally, but also regionally. So we're looking at a two-phase approach. And of course, one of the things that we would want to encourage is that there are certain things that we know Barbados does well here. So we want to maximize the production of those things, and Minister Weir would have spoken about the CARICOM 25 by 2025. We have targeted the top 12 items that we import to be able to replace here and have that security of those items. But when we look at the food import bill, there are other items which Barbados cannot grow here or don't grow well here or cost effectively, things like pineapples, for example, oranges, citrus. To a certain extent, we do have a shortage of things like bananas and plantains at particular points. This is where we can partner with our sister and brother nations, starting with Guyana and Suriname, and use that to be able to augment our national food supply. And in so doing, we are then building out our capacity for food security.
Chair, I crave your permission to make one correction to something that I said earlier. Muskmelons, the increase was actually 412% and not 41%.
Minister, you wanted to have someone else respond to the question, I think, or was that it? Just the two? I think you had said Dr. McLean was going to say something as well, but I'm not sure. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dr. McLean will speak to the progress we've made with Guyana and the Black Belly Sheep project. And I'm hoping that he can also inform us that if there were some lambing since we did the shipment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Minister. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members. So far, we have exported 493.
Dr. McLean, I know you well. But
Yes.
for the records of Hansard, would you please introduce yourself?
Yes, sir. I'm Leroy McLean, consultant with the Minister of Agriculture. Yes, we have exported so far 493 sheep to Guyana, and many questions have been raised as to whether this is a viable operation or not. I must say that it provides Barbados with great opportunity to expand the Barbados black-belly sheep population. Since, as has been mentioned before, the resources that are available in Guyana, we don't have here. We have large land masses, the forages which are available there, water, which is essential for development of the population. So if we can have this relationship with Guyana, and I just want to explain that it is not the case for the benefit of members and the general public this is not a case of Barbados giving away sheep to Guyana. Only this morning, I was accosted by, or approached by a lady who said, why are we giving sheep to Guyana and not giving every Barbadian too?
I'm glad, Dr. McLean, and I would want you to really emphasize that, because in my rural constituency, I get a lot of those questions. So I really want you to take a bit of time and explain this to the Barbadian public and the youngsters who are looking for black belly sheep through the feed program.
Yes, sir. Well, interestingly enough, sir, whereas there are many people in Barbados who, when they raise questions about the black belly sheep, and you ask them, have you ever kept a sheep yet? They say no. Have you ever eaten black belly lamb? No. But suddenly everyone has a great interest from the time we started to export the sheep. But the whole intention is that by partnering with Guyana, we have, as I said before, the resources which we can use to develop the population. And in doing so, when we have a larger population there, as has been pointed out by, earlier by other officials, not necessarily here, but before, we can then slaughter the sheep there in Guyana. The carcasses are exported back to Barbados, where we can have the specialty cuts and the value added, which can increase the revenue base for Barbados. In addition, the leather from the black belly sheep hides is of extremely high quality. And the intention is also to develop a leather industry from the black belly hides. We can't do this if we don't have that critical mass of sheep. The average black belly hide is only about 6 square feet or so. Now, which means that we need large numbers. And if you're going to get the population up to that 1 million which the Prime Minister has suggested we should reach, we cannot do that in Barbados alone. And therefore, this is why it is essential that we get into the Guyana. Now, I would also like to suggest that Barbadian farmers who are interested in sheep production should also consider the possibility of locating to Guyana. As far as I know, the St. Barnabas Accord makes provision for Barbadian farmers to move to Guyana. But it seems as though we generally believe that the only countries we should leave Barbados and go to are United States, Canada, or somewhere in Europe. But there is great opportunity for Barbadian farmers to move to Guyana, and not necessarily as individuals, but we can form cooperatives where we can go there, settle in a particular area, and the government of Guyana, to the best of my knowledge, is willing to provide the infrastructure which will be necessary for farmers to settle there. So there's great opportunity for the development of the sheep population in Guyana, and I would like to suggest that, strongly recommend that our farmers, particularly our younger people, take up the opportunity to expand their operations in Guyana.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Minister and team, for those responses. And I'm very happy to hear about the plans relative to the food terminal and the overall strategic collaboration with Guyana, our neighbor state. And I believe that this will redound to the benefit of many of our people here in Barbados. And now brings me to the second and final question really for me at this point in time, and it relates to our domestic efforts to increase and expand our production of agricultural products here in Barbados. And I want to call it domesticating agriculture. And I know you have many programs like FEED and others. I think there are 1 or 2 great initiatives that your ministry is running point on to help our people here in Barbados to grow what they eat and to eat what they grow. And we all understand the importance of this when it comes to sustainability and food sovereignty and food security, that each Barbadian should be encouraged to grow something so that they could, one, save some money, but at the same time they can improve their own health because they know what they're putting into their own bodies. So I want to find out, because I have many people in St. Michael North In my constituency in Eden Lodge, in Cave-Hill, even though we're not a rural constituency, there are many persons within the constituency that would like to utilize the small space that they have. And even as you answer this question, you may want to zoom in on those different types and innovative structures that are being utilized. Because gone are the days where you needed to have a big backyard or a big front yard to do your planting and your growing in your kitchen garden. We have a lot of innovative technologies that are being used now, and this is an opportunity for you to really share with Barbadians what strategies that the ministry has to roll out those types of apparatus to be able to make sure that our people can have an opportunity to be a part of this transformation that's taking place in the area of domesticating agriculture. So feed, other programs, you can share some information on that, and how do our people, our constituents, how do they become a part of those programs?
Thank you, Honourable Member. First of all, what I would do is to just give an update on what we're doing, and then I would allow for the officers at the BADMC to comment on feed and project care, and then for the Chief Agriculture Officer to speak to our accelerated growth plan for 2023. So under the feed program, any person can register, be trained, and then be given access to land. The biggest challenge we've had so far is being able to find land with water. So you'll find that the government had to invest a lot in putting in the 1,000-gallon tanks so that people can get access to water. This has slowed down the process, but the program is still ongoing. So people in St. Michael North can easily sign up for the feed program, get the training, and be allocated land. On the project care, though, what you would find is that this is a faster process because you're not talking about acres upon acres of land. You're talking about a quarter acre to an acre of land. But equally, people in rural and urban Barbados don't have to have land, and that's the most important part. We are using a system which is called the Green Machine that was developed by Dr. Charleston Bradford. And that machine gives you an opportunity to use aquaponics. So you can do your tilapia fish, and then because it's a revolving system, then the water can go up to your plants as well. So you can plant cucumber, you can plant lettuce, etc. And that gives you an opportunity to have 2 bites at the cherry by being able to do fish harvesting and crops as well. And that can be replicated across urban Barbados. We have asked to have available to us 10 for each constituency in Barbados, which gives us a total of 300 that will be available to us. And those obviously will be on the project here, where the chairman and his team, working with the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Care, will be able to determine who will be the recipients of those systems. And then we've just received, out of a total of 50, we've just received 15 shade houses from Guyana, 16 shade houses, the PS is telling me, which will be set up here in Barbados. And again, they will be part of the feed program, where we have included schools as well, because we want to make sure the schools are participating in agriculture. And those shade houses will be used in schools, they'll be used at Lears, some at Pine Basin, and of course within the feed program itself to those farmers who want to take a new approach to farming rather than the traditional open field approach. So there are several options, but I would let the officers at BADMC speak more about Project Care and the feed program to update you, and then the Chief Agriculture Officer will speak to our accelerated growth program.
Hi, good morning. My name is Frederick Innes, CEO acting at the BADMC. I'll speak first to Project Care, Honourable Member. Over the course of the last year and a half, we've worked with the BAMC to actually provide access to persons who have either small gardens or have areas within their control that they want to bring into agricultural production. So we've provided clearing, land clearing, access to some of the implements, as I mentioned. I think the objective there is to bring and make accessible to those who want to start on a small scale and encourage them along as best we can. So we've been working with BAMC in terms of the available tractor resources. We've also have an officer who's working with the various constituency offices to identify where those persons are and try to ensure that we can engage with them as best we can and facilitate that interest to encourage them along what we call household food security, as opposed to the idea of commercial or national food security. I think in relation to the technology question, as the minister mentioned, there is a current push to look at some of the small scale technological solutions that could be offered. And I think as we move ahead with that, we are going to be working with the CARE committee that has been established. Honourable Member Prescott is the chair of that, and we are working with himself, BAMC, to ensure that we have, one, a structured program to facilitate, but also two, mechanism to actually engage with those community groups who have that interest. In regards to the feed program, over the course of the last 18 months, I think, we have had a significant push, both on the front in terms of training. This point, we've trained just over 880 persons through the feed program. The major limiting factor, I think also was mentioned, is the access to lands. Whilst we have a land bank available to us, a number of those areas do pose challenges for agricultural production, water in particular, as you mentioned, but also to the slope of the lands, needing to ensure that persons can actually utilize the lands effectively. So we have been working to allocate persons throughout those plantations that we have care of. And the current total who have been allocated to this point is 252 persons across 343 acres of land in various districts. That would include a few new districts that we've essentially re-established or returned to agriculture over the course of the last year and a half. Bath, we've introduced a small group to the Wakefield area, also in St. John. We've re-established the Mount Poya plantation and established about 90 odd acres there for persons to actually farm and to utilize. So there has been a concerted effort to bring what would have been previously fallow lands, previously unused lands, back into agriculture, back into operation. So that has required a significant investment of time, obviously, and funds. The major challenge, obviously, still remains water, and facilitating that is a critical input for agriculture. I think, unfortunately, we can't get around it, so we work closely with the BWA, both at present in terms of delivery of water. We have been facilitating that from a couple of our existing wells, but also in relation to identifying new resources going forward. I think at present there is an exploration that we're hoping can get started in St. Lucie to identify access there that might benefit those in the Mount Poya and also the existing Spring Hall land lease project. So those two critical areas, I think, working with the BWA are the direction that we need to move in to improve that water access. Thank you.
As it relates to domestic production overall, first of all, as Mr. Ennis would have indicated, we have a mandate to address food security not only at the household level, but at the national level, which is farming. So at the household level, we're talking about backyard gardening, small scale. At the national level, we're talking about farming as a profession. So the CARE program deals with household security. Then we have the feed program, which was introduced in 2018 to specifically add to persons or invite persons who were interested in agriculture but didn't have the knowledge or the resources. So that caters to new entrants. Now we are developing a new program called the Feed Accelerated Growth Program, which now is going to cater to experienced or existing farmers. And the focus of the Feed Age program is twofold. We want to target the top 12 items on our CARICOM 25 by 25 list. Now, these items are broccoli, onion, carrot, lettuce, cabbage, sweet pepper, tomato, watermelon, pumpkin, cauliflower, celery, and cantaloupe. And these items require a certain level of grower skill to be very efficient at them. And naturally, the more experienced farmers who've had years in farming have a lot of those skills already. They just need the required assistance to be able to grow and move faster with them. So they're in a position where they can accelerate a lot quicker than feed farmers who are now coming into the system, who are now learning the microclimate of their area where they're farming in, who are now having the experience of growing different types of crops at different times of the year. So that's the first thing about the feed program. The feed age program, sorry. The second aspect of it would also be to focus on starting to drive exports again. And the item that we identified was sweet potatoes, largely because, one, it was the second largest product that we grow in Barbados outside of sugarcane. So when it comes to experience in growing sweet potatoes, we have more of that than any other product other than sugarcane. Additionally, it allows all players, big and small, to participate in the program. Why is it important to export in addition to focusing on our national food security? The top 12 items that I just highlighted, if we are able to grow them efficiently in Barbados, they would only require just less than about 400 acres of land. We have more arable land than that, and we want to maximize our agricultural production. So we don't want to limit farmers and say, well, this is all the size of the domestic market, so you can't grow. We want to make sure that they have the capacity to grow beyond whatever or to whatever scope that they wish to do so, because agriculture is a key economic driver, and key for the agricultural sector is to get that growth moving again. So specifically as it relates to these crops, the other aspect of that is ensuring that we have sufficient storage of these items, and this is where a pack house comes in. Now, one of the things in stabilizing the gluts and shortages that we tend to have in the domestic market is that we need to be able to have some kind of warehousing facility to be able to hold product. If you think about it, all the business that we do in the world today, you are purchasing stuff off of Amazon or wherever you're purchasing from. It's not coming directly from the manufacturer, it's coming from the warehouse. So what this allows us to do by having more pack house capacity is that farmers get to grow at the time that is ideal for farmers to grow. And we're able to hold and store, and then buyers and consumers get the product at the time that's ideal for them to buy. So you create that buffer area. So having an expanded pack house would allow us to have the capacity to hold and store more produce to be able to supply Barbados and reduce the issues of gluts and shortages. So we would have engaged with the Barbados Chamber of Commerce, as well as met with the major farmer groups in Barbados who grow crops, and the major experienced farmers as well, to get their feedback and to discuss with them whether or not they were interested in having a program such as this. We got overwhelming support from the Chamber of Commerce indicating that yes, they are prepared and interested in buying local. And likewise, we have farmers who are committed and very interested in expanding their production. They just need the required framework to be able to do so. So we have the pieces. The thing really was to start to put it together. And again, just coming back to the pack house, one of the reasons why that is so critical is that the rule of thumb is that for every hour that you have produce that you don't remove the field heat after you harvest them, you lose a day of shelf life. So when we talk about food loss, we're not just talking about what we throw away, we're talking about high post-harvest losses, which can be as high as 55% in developing countries such as Barbados. So again, putting that facility in a place is a critical piece of infrastructure to allow farmers to extend their shelf life, to be able to sell as much as they grow and not have to throw away large portions of it. So now coordination of agricultural production will make more sense because you have a facility in there that can facilitate the holding and storage of this. So these are the key tenets of the program. And along with that, we are also providing technical support so that farmers would be able, first of all, to increase their productivity. That was one of the things that was highlighted. So not only do we want to increase production, but we want to increase productivity. So how many pounds per acre are you getting? What is the quality of the product per acre that you're getting? You want to be able to maximize that. And then additionally, what you want to be able to do is to ensure that you have the technical support in terms of if you're going to export, you need to meet the international standards. The typical standard is referred to as Global GAP. There are a number of standards, but Global GAP is an international standard, and it's pretty much like Visa, once approved, accepted everywhere. So we are going to be providing technical assistance in the form of a food safety consultant who would be able to guide farmers on what is needed to become Global GAP certified. For export, we're providing technical assistance in terms of boosting and supporting our extension and research support by having consultants in from Florida. And so we are building out our capacity, because when we talk about wanting to be excellent and moving our farmers to the next level, we want to be able to provide those supporting structures to allow them to do that. Thank you.
Yes, we will move to the next level, Chief.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And I will end the same way that I began, Mr. Chairman, by congratulating the Minister and his team. The responses were excellent and very informative. And I believe that the people of Barbados can now share and join with me in the confidence that they have in this Minister and his team in putting us on the right footing relative to our agriculture and our food and nutritional security. So with that, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence. And I reserve the right to come back in. I have one more question. With your permission later on, I reserve the right to jump back in at some point in time. But thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe it was during the signing of the loan for the Scotland Road Rehabilitation Program that the Prime Minister would have mentioned her intention to set up a Scotland District Authority for the purpose of managing the lands in the Scotland area, especially as it relates to soil erosion and land slippage, which are problems that still exist in that area today. Can you give me some insight as to where we have gotten with that Scotland District Authority?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, we are working on the legislation for the Scotland District Authority. We have engaged one of Barbados's most eminent attorneys to help us with that legislation. It is with him. He's going through the details of it. This is legislation that was passed in this honourable chamber in 2007, but it was never proclaimed. Since then, a number of things have changed in the Scotland District. What we at the ministry are doing, we're looking at the true role of the Soil Conservation Commission as it relates to the Scotland District, and then the role of the MTW as well. And coming out of that, then we would determine how it's going to be structured, and the legislation will be amended to suit what we are doing. And the attorney is currently well on the way and working with us and making sure that we can bring that to Parliament as well. First, I have to take it back to Cabinet, as you well know, and all of that will happen also by summer of this year.
Thank you. I truly look forward to that. Most of my questions will be related to St. Andrew. St. Andrew used to be considered, certainly in the glory days of sugarcane cultivation, as one of the areas of outstanding production. In fact, I think St. Andrew was one of very few parishes to had 3 active sugar factories during the 50s and the 60s. And it could have been considered then, and to some extent now, to be listed amongst the bread baskets, as a bread basket here in Barbados. But today, large swaths of land, certainly in the Turner's Hall area and Bawden's area, has been allowed to fall into bush. Can you just share with us here some of the plans for those areas? And while doing so, you can also expand a little bit on the agro part that you would have alluded to, that you have planned for the Bawden's area.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yeah, there are several plans in place for the Scotland District. I must say to you that we cannot just take the same approach that we would take with other parts of Barbados, because we have to be very careful with the slope of the land and slippage that can take place. I will let the Chief Agriculture Officer address that and speak in more details to how we are going to utilize the Scotland District. But before I do so, I would ask Mr. Innes to give you an update on the project at Bawden's.
All right, thank you, Honourable Member. In relation to the Bawden's Park, we actually have received funding approval in the coming year's budget to actually progress that project, and some funding that obviously will be quite critical to developing the infrastructure. We would have spoken in your other role in relation to getting the roads into the space, and that is something we are working to actually have escalated now that the rains have eased off a bit. So I think we are definitely at the stage of showing greater momentum in that regard. The basic maintenance of the space has been established, and I know there is a continuing plan to actually have what would be a community space retained. Our objective over the course of the development would be eventually to transition to the community groups to actually help to run and operate the space. The central feature of the Bawden's Park will be the development of an aquaculture ponds. The intention there is to work with a few private sector partners to actually build out what would be termed or in other jurisdictions as a fish and pay structure. The idea being that we would, through that partnership with the private party, populate the pond, have a culture program in place so that there's a continuing regrowth of fish, but also too that you would have a structured way for persons in the district to come relax in the area and to fish at their leisure. I know recreational fishing is a big thing for a number of persons, but it's a new project or concept that's being introduced in an interior pond. So I'm hoping that we can have that concept and the full development completed before the end of the current coming financial year. We have, as I said, the funding, and the design has been outlaid, so we really just need to get started, and that is our commitment to work on that front. Thank you.
Yes, as it relates to plans for the Scotland District in terms of agriculture, the Scotland District is, and St Andrew in particular, as it takes up the majority of Scotland District, is very delicate. And that is one of the things that we've learned over the years. Coming off of a number of studies, about 50% of the land in the Scotland District is slipping or sliding at any given time. It is prone to a huge amount of erosion. And while, yes, 40 or 50 years ago, we were engaged in a lot of sugarcane agriculture, when you look at the Scotland District, the recommendations even from the 1970s was that we needed to focus more on agroforestry and planting more trees to stabilize the land. How we cultivate in the Scotland District then becomes very critical. It's not just a case of going to plant. We have to make sure that we use the right types of conservation measures. We need to move away from plowing up and down the hills and doing more contour type of plowing, terracing, those types of things. Now, of course, that is an expensive venture and it is a slower venture. The Scotland District is not necessarily the place that we want to try and push the fastest type of agriculture because we have to be careful with it as a resource. And in fact, it makes up part of our natural heritage, our national park. So with that in mind, we need to start to refocus the position of the Scotland district in terms of agriculture. The other aspect of that is that the Scotland district also does not have a lot of wells, which you would see in other parts of Barbados because of the nature of the soil there. So without a significant irrigation source, other than the ponds that we're now installing, we've already installed one at Haggaps, as Minister Ware indicated. We have the one at Bawdens, which we are expanding. So there needs to be ongoing work to be able to move that runoff water and put it into catchments. And again, that also aids with the slippage and the erosion that we tend to get. So part and parcel of that then means that we need to look at an agricultural structure that focuses on fruit trees, that focuses on conservation. It focuses then on ensuring that we're moving water into catchments. These have to be the basic tenets of how we design any agricultural program for the Scotland district. It also means that in terms of land clearing, if we want to do a farming enterprise, we don't want to go into the Scotland district and clear huge amounts of land at a time and leave it then without vegetation, because that in itself then creates its own erosion. So even as you may be setting up a fruit tree orchard, for example, you may not want to clear more than half an acre or acre at a time because you want to ensure that the land remains stable. We've seen a significant amount of erosion, especially around the Turners Hall area. And yes, you've seen more trees going back in, but in fact, the benefit of Scotland District as an ecotourism site is that it is now reforesting. And so that forestry is also an agricultural resource. So not every aspect of agriculture has to be for food. Forestry as an agricultural product also means that there's value then to develop true ecotourism experiences, tying agriculture to tourism, nature-based hikes, fruit tree picking, these types of things. So you have an opportunity to develop a more hybrid type of approach. And in fact, we've started to see that already right on the St. Joseph edge. You do have I think it's Cocoa Hill Forest that is starting that model. Those are the types of models that represent more sustainable practices. You have Walker's Reserve that is also speaking to those types of models. So we need to be delicate with the Scotland District. It needs to be developed in such a way that is consistent with good conservation measures and that we don't rush to do more intense types of agricultural production on one hand, and then on the other hand, we are creating a problem where we're damaging then or adding to the erosion problems that we have in the area.
Thank you. My next question has to do with the fact that within maybe 3 or so weeks, we will have a number of, in many cases, young persons who will be transitioning from contractual work to entrepreneurship. And a number of those young persons from SW, National Housing, they have expressed interest in pursuing careers in agriculture. Can you speak to how you have or you intend to engage these young persons and some of the programs that you have in place to pretty much train these young persons who will be transitioning from work to self-employment?
Yes, there is a specific program that we are doing. The BADMC is working with the ministry that is responsible, the two ministries, so that those persons who have expressed an interest in getting into agriculture will be facilitated. And there's a project with a project budget that the BADMC is working on, and Dr. Andrela or Mr. Innes can give you the details on where that is at and how it's going to be done.
Before you proceed, gentlemen, just let me ask members, when you're responding to a question, we're having sometimes difficulty in hearing your response. You speak directly to the chair, which means that you have to come closer to your mic instead of necessarily looking at the person who has posed the question. It makes it a lot easier for everyone to hear what is actually being said. Thank you very much.
In relation to the project that has been established in conjunction with the Ministry of Housing and the Ministry of Transport and Works, we have actually created a structure wherein persons who are transitioning out of those programs will be afforded a combined training and placement program. The outline, I think, covers 24 weeks of both virtual and physical in-person training, and the actual development of their proposed agricultural enterprise. That program, I think, has already been launched in a number of instances with the Ministry of Education already in a number of areas. The portion for the Ministry of Agriculture, I think, will commence in truth at the end of their transition period. I believe it was indicated as March 31st. So the actual placement and engagement with those individuals will commence shortly thereafter.
Over the years, we have seen the dwindling away of a lot of our agricultural land. We have lost some to commercial development. We've lost a lot to residential development. And we continue to lose some.
This is a follow-up question, Honourable Member.
Yeah, it is.
Because you exceeded your questions, you know that.
Sorry, it's a follow-up question.
Please indicate that. Thank you.
Sorry. And my question basically is, given the dwindling nature of our agricultural resources in terms of land, what are some of the land strategies that you've put in place, including some agricultural techniques and some new methodologies that you've put in place to fully exploit what little land we have in order to safeguard our food security, perhaps expand our trade, and certainly safeguard the health of our nation?
Yes, as it relates to how we're going to maximize the use of the limited land we have, you're absolutely correct. In the late 1960s, I think it was, we had about 50,000 acres in arable land. According to the physical development plan, we are down to about 28,000 acres up to 2017. So we are seeing a decrease in the amount of arable land. However, over that period, we have also been seeing an increase in productivity as well in particular crops. And that's where productivity comes in, because what you can see with increase in agricultural productivity, typically over the last 40 or 50 years globally, agricultural productivity has tripled, while at the same time seeing a use in about 28% less land and 76% less labor. This is important because all over the world, and agriculture is no different. It's no different from other industries. Efficiency is becoming key. And there are new technologies both in the open field as well as under protected structures that speak to growing more efficiently. And if open field, everything can be mechanized from planting to harvest, and there are small scale types of tools as well that allow small farmers to be able to mechanize their operations significantly. Appreciate that not every type of crop can be mechanized, or should be, not every type of crop would be able to be grown in efficiently in open field versus in protected structures. So particularly in open field, for example, you're going to get maximum productivity of things like onions and carrots. But then there are products that have demonstrated that they're ideal to grow in under protected structures, particularly sweet peppers, colored peppers in particular, the reds and yellows and oranges lend themselves to growing under protected structures. So we've got new types of technologies coming in from shade houses, which we would have mentioned we are receiving from Guyana. You also have technologies in terms of vertical types of farming. You've got different types of combinations of aquaponics now that can be pioneered. Other crops that are ideal for growing in those types of structures would be lettuces, tomatoes, some types of cucumbers as well are ideal. But beyond that, there are other types of technologies that we're looking to pilot. So we have had at least one demonstration so far at the Ministry of Agriculture utilizing drones for pesticide application. It may also be used for foliar feeding application. And we are also looking at robotics at our AgriFest, tent. Last Saturday, Friday to Sunday, we demonstrated as part of the Barbados Innovation Center for Agriculture the new FarmBot, which is a robotic arm that demonstrates how robotics is being used to automate the process of planting, weeding, watering. So we are starting to introduce those new types of technologies to Barbados. Obviously, we have to expound and investigate their effectiveness for farming to be able to guide farmers because they are costly. So we want to be able to walk with farmers on the journey and provide them with information and guidance on how best to use the technologies and maximize their return on their investment. But we are starting to pioneer that new aspect of digital technology. There are a number of other tools out there in digital agriculture that are really very exciting. And as we go through this year, we would look to see how many more of those things we can introduce. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I begin where maybe my colleagues have, and I think the Honourable Minister knows my views on the industry and on the performance. And I agree with the Honourable Member for St. Michael North that for too long an important sector has been treated as though it were not, and that it should be relegated to the periphery. But I think the Honourable Minister has brought it, along with his team, back to the center, which is where it ought to belong. And I think we cannot allow Barbadians to forget the COVID period, not for the illnesses, but for the reality of facing a situation where we could not import, but we still needed to eat. And recognizing that agriculture is and has always been important. As a person of faith, I believe that that was the first. I mean, I have colleagues who believe that the oldest profession is something different, but I believe that the oldest profession relates to tending the garden and taking care of it. I also want, in leading up to my first question, to commend both the feed and the care program. And I think those are initiatives that we really have to continue to push. And I say we because I recognize that this is not just a Ministry of Agriculture initiative to push. All of us have, those of us who are aware of it, have to keep pushing these because these are the kinds of programs that will galvanize persons who may have a hint of interest to become more interested. A group that I am familiar with is currently benefiting from the CARE program, and I've also been able in my ministerial capacity to encourage faith-based organizations generally. We had a good meeting with those in the ministry responsible for that program, and we continue to encourage faith-based organizations to get engaged because many of them have at least small plots of land that could be put to productive use to aid their parishioners, but also the wider society. The first question I have relates, though, to, it is a parochial one, the only parochial one. I think the minister would be expecting this. I may be disappointed if I didn't ask. But the folk in St. Peter and in St. Lucie, Mr. Chair, come to Spitestown, and many of them are coming in Spitestown as we speak, and complain about what is seen as an eyesore set up to allow small entrepreneurs to earn a living, but over time has deteriorated in terms of the quality of the facility. And I speak to the market at the traffic lights on the Kieran Husbands Highway junction with Church Street. The minister and I have been speaking about this over a period of time, but I would want to give him the opportunity, or any of his officers, as he identifies, to give to the public, particularly the public in the north, a status update on the plans for that market, because I know that there are plans, some update on the plans and what they can expect, we and they can expect to see in the not too distant future.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The project at Spicetown, where we have the kiosk established, two things are happening there. I would let the manager of markets and indeed the project manager within the ministry, Mr. Wayne Baker, to address them. But at our last estimates, we discussed Spicetown, and we agreed that after a refurbishment project has been completed there, we will look to further enfranchisement of the people up north by allowing for them to own the kiosks. And so we are looking at the legal approach to this, and this obviously will work then as a first project where we can look to see how the persons operating the kiosk can own them. And then that may be replicated where we have single units like those that don't fall under one of the public markets, but as a standalone. So what I'll do is ask Mr. Baker to address where we are with that project and also the manager of markets.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wayne Baker, Projects Director in the Ministry of Agriculture. With respect to the project at Spikestown, we completed designs and we had submitted drawings to the planning department last year. We received planning permission approval on the 15th of February this year. As a result of that, now we will have to go to tender with this project, but because of the time frame that it came within the financial year, we have to wait until the new financial year before we go to tender. So on that basis, and based on the tender process, we expect that construction can start sometime around July of this year, and the construction period is estimated at 10 months. In addition to that, what we are planning to do is for during the construction period is to provide the current vendors with temporary stalls that we are seeking to relocate at another part of Spikestown, and we are in discussions with other agencies to accommodate that so that they will not be dislocated during the construction period. So that's where we are with that process, sir.
Thank you very much. I thought you had indicated two persons, but
Mr. Sherlock King, the manager of markets, I don't know if he has anything else to add.
Sherlock King, manager of markets. With respect to the legal aspects of handing over the stores to the tenants that at Church Street in Spikestone. We have already reached out to the Ministry of Housing so that we can have the legal aspects of that process sorted. And once we have completed that, we can begin to commence the necessary arrangements for those tenants to take possession and to maintain them and to use them as necessary. With respect to where we're looking at locating, we had a number of site meetings in Spikestone where we looked at a number of areas around the area. We do not want to put the vendors necessarily too far away from their general location to disrupt them in any adverse way. And we have identified a couple of areas, but we are also reaching out to a number of other state agencies where we can have their approval and permission and so on. And then we would commence meetings with the vendors to inform them as to what we're going to do and to hear from them and to involve them in this whole process so that they would be familiar and aware of the whole project that we're undertaking.
Thank you very much. Just by way of comment, to say something that I've had cause to say, I think in every estimate session since the very first one, stakeholders expect that those who they elected are aware of what is going on. And so as you engage with stakeholders, I would expect, and will be demanding actually, I think I need to maybe ratchet up the language, that the member of parliament stays informed so that when the questions come, the MP is able to respond, as opposed to having them to, I don't want to give out your number or the project manager's number. The MP should be in a position to say, this is where we are, this is what was discussed, this is the way forward. And I just want to put that on the table, even though using the word demand, it was not meant to talk down or to shout, but to say in as strong a way as I could in this chamber that it makes sense because it will help to make your job easier and help with the rollout of the information. So thank you very much for the update, and we look forward to the developments there. The second question I have relates to nutrition security. We speak a lot about food security, and to be honest, and to expose some degree of ignorance until I heard the formulation of the ministerial portfolio. Nutrition security was not something that I had given much thought to. And my question is, what is the ministry's stance, actions, plans on the idea of nutrition security, which goes beyond, I know there was some discussion about what we in St. Peter call big grain rice, the sweet potatoes and that kind of thing. But I want to know, with respect to nutrition security specifically, what is the work of the ministry in that regard? It is of interest to me because NCDs and health-related matters are important, generally speaking, and there are those who, because of my faith as a Seventh-day Adventist, identify people like me almost only by the day on which we worship and the foods that we do not touch. So health is important, and I would be interested in hearing something from the ministry in relation to nutrition security.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Just to give you the assurance that in going forward, anything that the ministry is doing that would impact any of the MPs in this honourable chamber, it is expected that all of you will be kept abreast of what is happening. And if on any occasion we should fall short, please let me know so that we can have it rectified. I think all the officers in the ministry are on board and making sure that all MPs are kept abreast of what is happening, and we will make sure that that happens. In terms of nutrition, the ministry, first of all, we are tracking our Sustainable Development Goal 2, and we are working along with the FAO in making sure that we can keep up with what is expected. But the Chief Agriculture Officer has also been doing work, and I would allow her to respond to what we are doing and how we are setting about to achieve nutrition security.
Honourable Member, thank you so much for that question. Because, of course, you know, we have worked very hard as a nation to reduce hunger in Barbados, and currently hunger is below 5%. However, overnutrition, which is also a form of malnutrition, is at near crisis levels with about 52.4% of adults, and 1 in every 3 children overweight or obese. And what we've seen with obesity is mainly due to the overconsumption of ultra-processed, energy-dense foods, and especially empty-calorie foods, which are generally low cost. And it means then that we see a significant impact in the most vulnerable. But there are also other major factors such as insufficient exercise and genetics that add to this. The thing about it is, for the Ministry of Agriculture, nutritional security is a partnership with the Ministry of Health and Wellness. There are 2 aspects of nutritional security, and we have to look at both how people eat, the types of foods that they're going to eat, and how they put those foods together. And that is where the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the National Nutrition Center comes in, and they do quite a bit of work, part of which we showcased again at AgriFest this year, looking at the nutrition plate and how you should put that food together. So it's a partnership between the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the Ministry of Agriculture and Food and Nutritional Security. Where agriculture's intervention comes on nutritional security is the focus on nutritional quality, and specifically how food is grown and how it is processed. Now, over 100 years ago, for most of the world's population, nutritional quality of food was superior and access was inadequate. But now, today, we actually see it the other way around, where you've got access to a lot more food, but it's poor in nutritional quality. So, on the agricultural perspective, we want to be able to ensure that we are growing foods with maximal nutritional quality. Now, we have talked about increasing productivity and getting higher yields, and sometimes in the development of the genetics for those things, or the development of genetics for particular breeds, we may not be focusing as much on the nutritional quality. The other thing is how foods are grown. So, for example, Barbados, we are on a calcium limestone rock. Our pH is roughly between 7.5 and 8.0 in our soils. What this means is that we lock up a lot of the magnesium in the soil. So if we grow foods and we don't make sure that we have a balanced nutrition in the soil, it means that you may not be getting the same amount of magnesium from one farm plot as from another if that person is actually following a balanced nutrition program for their plants. So this is really advice towards farmers and encouraging them to make sure that they do their soil testing, they try to apply the right amount of composition of organic matter as well as fertilizers to ensure that you have a balanced soil. And so doing, when you grow your crops, you're going to get balanced nutrition. And the same thing applies as it relates to growing livestock. You can give, and I am aware that you may have farmers, especially when the cost of feed is high, supplementing with alternatives, things like bread, etc., to just get the animal calories. But the same way that if we don't eat a nutritious diet, we are not going to be as healthy, even if we get the certain amount of calories. The same thing for livestock, also for milk, dairy. So what we feed the animals, what we put into our soils matter with how the final product of the fruits or vegetables or the meat turns out and the nutritional quality of that. So that is where the work of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food and Nutritional Security has to focus, to ensure that you have maximum nutritional quality in every bite. And that's where our emphasis is going to be. Thanks.
Chair,
Permanent Secretary is going to add a bit to that.
and to add to what the Chief Agriculture Officer just said, It's not only trying to achieve nutritional security through, the planting of the food and the attending to the soils, but the very institutional arrangements that I spoke to earlier helps to support this. The food security aspect of it can be achieved through producing more. Another component of this that we often ignore is the concept of food sovereignty. And I maintain that it is through achieving food sovereignty that you are perhaps in a better place to achieve the nutritional aspect of the agenda. And by that I mean, when these institutional arrangements are in place where you're in control of your own seeds. I am not an agriculture scientist, but I tend to watch BBC every morning, and in recent times, I don't know if it was preparing us for today, but in recent times we've been seeing a lot of programs with respect to farming and agriculture. And one of the things that keep coming through is the importance of having control over your own seeds to avoid the chances of being impacted adversely through the process of modification of the seeds. The germplasm bank that we made reference to will allow us to have control over our own planting material and those kinds of things, so that we would be really determining what it is that goes into the ground, to some extent, or to a large extent, what comes out of the ground. And therefore we have more certainty and guarantee regarding what goes into our body, because we were in charge from the beginning in terms of the various seeds and materials that we would have utilized. So it's the planting more, but in terms of the nutritional security, I believe that some of the institutional arrangements also allow us to achieve that through guaranteeing food sovereignty.
Thank you very much. My final question probably relates more to my ministerial responsibility, and it crossed my mind listening to the presentation this morning. We have ladies and gentlemen who leave Barbados on an annual basis as part of a seasonal agriculture workers program. And I started to wonder if, and the background to my wondering this is transposing my thinking from tourism, where I've always felt that persons who come in, and we've had a lot of success with that as concerned, but persons who come in on work permits share their skills and experience to build the capacity here on the island. And I'm wondering if there's any possibility or any plan for persons who work outside of Barbados in agriculture. I know some of them already work locally in agriculture, but is there any plan, any structured mechanism for obtaining any expertise or skills that they may have either been a part of or seen to help agriculture in Barbados? And I'm asking that also from the perspective of just using our experiences to possibly improve our practices.
Chair, I will say a little towards that, and then I'm sure the others who are more versed will follow. But it is interesting because only 2 days ago, I had the opportunity to have a conversation with a gentleman who came to pay a courtesy call on the minister, but the minister was unavailable because he was here attending to another ministry's presentation. This is a gentleman by the name of Professor Magamutu from McGill University in Canada. And he came to see me because from his interaction with the Canadian High Commissioner here, they were looking to see how they could augment the Canadian Farm Labor Program so that persons not only leave Barbados, go to Canada, work in agriculture there, earn money, and bring it back to Barbados. But they recognize that there is an opportunity to develop a broad program throughout the region, including Barbados. They want Barbados to be the main driver of it. which is why he came to see the minister. And the whole idea is that when the persons go up to Canada, they're not just go and pick apples and fruits, but they're also exposed to the technologies that are used in those countries, that are used in Canada in particular, with the view that when they return home, it was not just a working experience, but a training experience, and that they can then use the knowledge that they acquired there to help advance the cause, the agriculture cause in Barbados. So I was glad to engage him because it was an interesting dimension. I have relatives that would have benefited from that program over the years, and it has always been seen as one where you go to work, earn money, and return home without bringing back home any of the skills that you could have acquired while you were working there. So I look forward to being part of that project, and I gave the commitment to the Professor Magamoto on behalf of the ministry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Minister and team. Honourable Member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister, you know, when I look at the tremendous work that you've been able to achieve in agriculture, I had a myriad of questions to ask, but unfortunately, we are only limited to 3. I could have started with cannabis. I could have moved on to mariculture. We could have talked about plans for the sugar industry, poultry, the tremendous work that you're doing in Guyana. There's so many things and so many exciting programs that you are doing, and I must commend you and your team for really taking charge and getting down to the job and getting things done for the people of Barbados. I think that is absolutely commendable, and you've shown tremendous leadership in the ministry, and I'm happy that I can give assistance when necessary. And even although we butt heads from time to time when I was Minister of Housing, because, you know, there's always this difference between where you can put a house versus where you can put food agriculture. And, you know, some people think that you should grow food, and others feel that land is for growing houses. So sometimes you need to find that balance, and I think that is what it's about on that small land space that we have. But I want to focus now on the layers allotment gardens. As you know, that was something that I was very interested in and helped to pilot and so on. And I do see it developing. It has a long way to go. But I want you to update on that. But in particular, the water catchment area. Because I thought by now I would have seen that full or almost full. I mean, in my mind, I could see the roadways. I can see when it's mature, people would have their garden houses, and people would have the water irrigation and be able to pass through. And it becomes not only a place for people to grow and have an opportunity, but also to recreate. And that was my idea. And also, I don't know if there would be some fishing involved in the pond, all these things on what the opportunities were. But if you could update on the Layers Allotment Garden, I would be happy.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Layers project in itself is being managed through the BADMC, so I would allow the BADMC to give you an update, a full update, including what is taking place with the reservoir.
Thank you, Honourable Member. In relation to the allotment gardens, we have actually reached the stage where the lands are being prepared. This weekend, actually, there is some activity to control the weeds that are in that area. We anticipate another 2 to 3 weeks before the water will start to flow from that and to allow the irrigation network to be actually utilized. We have been in discussion with the contractor in terms of the progression of that work. There have been some delays, unfortunately. As I mentioned before, the rainfalls that we would have had not only impacted agriculture, but also the construction efforts that were underway. The irrigation network is, I would say, about 80% laid. The commercial area has been covered. They are, in fact, in the process right now of putting down the irrigation network for the allotment gardens. Once that is complete, our irrigation extension unit is actually ready and waiting to put in the meters that we have already in stock. So we are just working with the contractor to actually complete that process as quickly as we can. We had actually started the process of engaging with a number of persons, both on the allotment side and the commercial side, to begin their placement. So persons have been shown where they propose to be placed. The timelines for that, as I mentioned, we don't want to position persons and then have them waiting for an inordinate amount of time before they can actually start planting. So we're just trying to balance that process as well as we can, and we're constantly in contact with the contractor. So the current timelines, including the certification from the government electrical department, I believe, puts us at that 2 to 3 week time frame for the majority of the physical work. The actual land preparations, as I mentioned, are also underway, so we would want to have those lands ready and available immediately. The water is available as well. Sorry, in terms of the number of allotments, it's just over 100. I think it's 110 allotment gardens that are being made available. Between the sizes are 5,000 and 10,000 square feet of actual space that each person will be allocated. The commercial plots are obviously larger, 1 to 2 acres. Those ones, I think we've already completed, as I said, on the commercial side, so we're just waiting for those connections to be made available. Thank you. Oh, yeah, sorry. The minister actually asked to give a little more information in terms of the meters. We actually are piloting at the Lears location the use of a prepaid system. Historically, unfortunately, we've had some challenges in terms of water balances and the collection of water rates. Moving towards a prepaid solution I think fundamentally eliminates that. Persons establish, okay, we want to do X, they put their funds into an electronic payment system, their meter is turned on, and they can utilize it for however period they wish. If it is something that they want just for the week, they can make those payments in that fashion, or if they want to prepay for a period, again, that is at their volition and their discretion. So we, I think, have identified solutions that once we are able to pilot and test at that location, we believe can be translated into other areas where we operate irrigation networks, but I think this is quite novel. It is something I think in our research has been implemented in Africa as well, but these particular units were supported by our existing irrigation partners in terms of identifying the solution, and the electronic network that would cover would be located at the actual Lears location to ensure the collection of data and the control of those units. The actual pond itself, well, I'll speak to the actual level of the water as well as the plan for the use of the water. The water level, as I mentioned, we would have had a significant rainfall period during the course of the end of 2022. At this stage, we can't speak to what the actual levels would be on an average year. The anticipation, though, is that given the catchment area that is in, that 21 million is a reasonable target. The actual completion of the lining and et cetera, we would have missed out on the first part of that period in 2022. So we will now need to, through experience in 2023, because typically that St. Thomas, St. Michael area has actually a quite heavy and high rainfall amount, and so we would anticipate that in the current year, we would see that catchment go to its maximum. The proposal is for the utilization of some portion of that pond catchment for the development of aquaculture as well. At present, we are developing a pilot, again, to implement and introduce a form of catfish called the Pangasius catfish. The feedback that we've gotten from our neighbors to the south is that that is one of those high-value freshwater culture options that we can pursue. And we are working with both partners in Guyana, but also we've reached out to experts in Jamaica who have developed similar ponds in Jamaica as well, and are actually actively operating commercial ponds in that country. So the timelines that we have started to build out would see us start sometime in April, and with an objective of getting to some form of harvest by, I think it's September, October of this year. So again, using that to demonstrate the actual capacity of the pond, we would be using floating cage structures in the pond itself so that it would be able to utilize the space without interfering with the operations of the irrigation operation. And so the actual build out of that, we are now in the process of drafting up those plans. So once that is settled, we would be hoping to launch that, as I mentioned, in April of this year.
Very, very exciting plans, and I look forward to seeing it, and I look forward to seeing the reservoir at a higher level, because whenever I pass there, I say, but I thought that by now they would be at a higher level. Both of the reservoirs, actually, because, I also visit the one at River as well, and I found that the level is a little lower than I would have anticipated by this time, but I will keep an eye on it. Yeah. The second question, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to move into, and obviously it is also related, because obviously you wouldn't want people planting at their allotment and come back the next day and not see things there that they planted. So I wanted to ask about the Protection of Agricultural Products Bill. I think you brought that to this Parliament in 2022, the Act, and I will ask when is your intention to have that matter proclaimed?
A couple of things with that legislation. Yes, it was passed in both houses, and it also was assented to by the President, and we also had it gazetted. The next portion is the proclamation, which would take place on the 6th of March, and that work is already taking place with the CPC. The legislation did allow for us to have an arrangement with the Barbados Police Service, so that within the Barbados Police Service, we will have a unit established that would help us. That unit, the Commissioner of Police has advised that it has been resuscitated, and the unit will have a combination of policemen and indeed island constables, and they have already started patrols. They were out last weekend, and they will continue the patrols. It's called Operations Bird Eye, and they are usually around farms that tend to have problems with periodic larceny, but equally they will be engaged right across Barbados so that we can make sure that we assist the farmers. And then if you were at AgriFest, you would have seen that we had drones on display. We are going to be also using drones as part of the surveillance methodology, and then we have to have intelligence as well. So a lot would depend too on people giving us information, but we are using the Barbados Police Service, and we are using the drones as well to be able to help us to deal with the issues of predatory larceny.
Thank you very much, Minister. Of course, I am a drone enthusiast as well, and I'm happy to see that, that drones are coming into being used in the mainstream, not only in the Ministry of Agriculture, the Police Service, but also in other ministries that I'm encouraging a drone unit to get involved with as well. So that is the way of the future. And clearly you are a minister focused on the future and bringing the ministry into the future and using all of the opportunities at your disposal, not only available in Barbados, but available in the wider world and all of the new technologies, and I commend you on that. And from that, I would like to follow on with my third and final question, Mr. Chairman. And rather than just those focused aspects, can you give me a broad view of how you are reconstructing and by extent deconstructing and reconstructing the whole ministry to be able to achieve your objectives of food and nutrition security? Because clearly that is the way to look around and get towards the future. So give us a broad view of that. Thank you.
Honourable Member, I really want to thank you for that question. I think it is an extremely important one. This is a process that we started, I believe, back in 2020. You can't underscore enough the amount of time we lost during COVID in terms of getting things done. My permanent secretary, after we discussed this on numerous occasions in the ministry, actually engaged a consultant. And the consultant actually put forward a number of recommendations. And we do have a really outstanding plan for the deconstruction and reconstruction of the ministry, right across the entire ministry. And I would let the permanent secretary speak to that and the chief as well.
Thanks again, Minister, and through you, Chair. Before I actually respond to the question directly, I like to place things in context because I know, for example, we're hearing a lot of these words that our persons are considering now to become cliches. Deconstructing, reconstructing, fit for purpose, sometimes without even understanding what they mean. And I must say to you that when I first joined the ministry in May 2019, it was one of the first things I thought I should do, given the understanding that my role was more strategic than technical. And I'll just put it in perspective quickly. In 2009, 2010, the ministry was called the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. 2014, 2015, Ministry of Agriculture, Food, Fisheries, Water Resources Management. 2022 and up to today, well, 2022, Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security. In 2018, 2019, we didn't have the nutritional security. So immediately what I noticed was that over the years, under successive administrations, the issue of nomenclature was the focus. You changed the title of the ministry based on the strategic direction the government had at the time, but really and truly, the structure never changed. And we know that it is not just in the private sector, but any entity. The reality is that structure should follow strategy. Or as people say, form should follow function. And it immediately jumped out to me that the two were not necessarily aligned, and hence the decision to get into the consultancy. We then brought on board one of the best HR minds in the country, Dr. Corbin from the University of the West Indies, who is not just an academic, but who, before becoming an academic, would have been president of the HR Association in Barbados. And in working with him, we developed a plan called a Fit for Purpose plan. Now, the question, and I will explain briefly so that the public too can have a better understanding, what do we mean when we say fit for purpose? And by fit for purpose, we are talking about taking efforts and to transform the internal structure of the ministry. Not just that, but the systems, the functions, the procedures, and most importantly, the culture that exists within the ministry and the character of the ministry, so that it ultimately becomes more flexible and is in a better place to serve the public, especially farmers. So that is it in a nutshell. How can we reposition agriculture so that the Ministry of Agriculture, so it becomes relevant in modern society? And significant work, as the minister said, has been done. You would imagine I don't have enough time to go through the entire document. It's voluminous, but the Fit for Purpose plan is rooted in the strategic policy direction of the ministry. It takes into consideration the commitment for results, which will now guide ministries, as you know, Minister. It takes into consideration various policies that were approved recently by the government of Barbados, in particular the agriculture production plan that was just referenced, as well as the agriculture and technology policy. I must admit that at the time when we first engaged Dr. Corbin, it was out of, I don't know if I'm not a youngster anymore, but I was new to the ministry. Some may say it was out of youthful exuberance. But the reality is that over time we recognized that we had to revisit it because other things happened. Agriculture is changing rapidly. We made a reference to those agreements that we signed with Guyana. We didn't even make reference to some of that we would have signed with countries like the People's Republic of China and even some of the African diaspora, like Kenya. So there was a need certainly to revisit that. Also, we would have lost one department, a major department, the meteorological department, that is no longer with the ministry. And there were some adjustments, as you know, Minister, even to our agriculture stations. I think Bullings Agricultural Station is now your responsibility. It's no longer ours. So as a result of that, we had to keep going back, looking at this thing. So it has taken some time. And the truth is, I know people say that the pursuit of excellence is often the enemy of progress. That may be true, but when you're making such a radical transformation, I think we would have to appreciate it takes time. It is a culture that we are trying to address here in order to make the ministry fit for purpose. So that essentially this plan now will propose about, it's based on about 7 thematic areas, which would essentially be, constitute the names of the various departments based on our strategic goals. I wouldn't go through all, but one of the things that we decided to do was to not just look to see what new things we needed to bring, but how we can reconfigure some of the existing departments and sections that we have. I don't think that we would have had enough marriage among the internal elements of the ministry to maximize on the synergies that we can benefit from. So for example, you'll see a merge between extension and markets and agriculture, resources and management. Know that we're going into drones and GPS technology, agriculture research and development. Agricultural trade, economic planning and projects. Projects right now stands alone as though it is just an appendage. It has to come from what I would say from the footnotes now into the main text and blend much better. But what is perhaps most exciting for me is that we are proposing the inclusion of a new department altogether that will address public relations and content management. I think that is where not only the Ministry of Agriculture, but several ministries in Barbados fall down, because we do not share our stories. We do not communicate as much as we should and as effectively as we should with the public that we serve. And we're hoping that through that department, we can do that. And the content management is important, not just giving information, but ensuring that the information is relevant, making sure that the information is coherent and cohesive, so that those who are taking in the information can make proper decisions. The restructuring we'll see, for example, under these new thematic departments, several new divisions. There was a need, and you would imagine based on what we discussed earlier, there's some new things that we'll be taking on, and we have to make sure we have a ministry that can respond to those new areas. You made reference to the aquaculture. Not new, but perhaps a greater emphasis now being placed on it. Mariculture, for example. We want to place more emphasis on apiculture, which is dealing with bees, etc. Extension services. We want to place more emphasis on extension services and the use of technology in agriculture. The new model also will try to embrace some, not all, and I want to make this clear. I know we talk a lot about the public service functioning like a private, like the private sector. I don't think that is so. The objective functions of the two are different. Private is focused on profit maximization or sales maximization, government welfare, well-being of citizens. So that government would engage in a project even if it has a negative net present value. And I keep saying to people, while we would try to eliminate as much of the bureaucracy as possible and the red tape as they refer to it, it is still there for a reason. It is a controlling mechanism that must remain within public institutions.
I will control this mechanism from here. You can just get 2 seconds.
But there's, right, so remember we are trying to transform, Chair, a ministry that has north of 450 persons. So it's difficult to put it all. But essentially, the whole idea, and you will see it, we are coming, I had promised the minister that I would have it with him by the end of this month. I didn't meet that, but it's with me. It was given to me by the end of the month, so we're going to review it, and I can assure you, I'm in Parliament, so I have to stick to this. I can assure you that it will be before Cabinet by mid-March. We have to review it very carefully, and it's very exciting because I believe that what we will propose has the potential to bring the Ministry of Agriculture into the 21st century. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister. Part of developing a new structure for the Ministry of Agriculture, we first have to look at what is the future of food and agriculture going to look like, not just today, but what's it going to look like at least 10 years from now? So we have to look at that context. We have to look at the context of the role that agriculture plays in socioeconomic development. It plays both a social role as your allotment gardens, but it also plays an economic role. And then you have to also look at it in the modern functions of a Ministry of Agriculture. What are the things we are required to do in today's global world to meet our international obligations, whether it's WTO, whether it is our SDG obligations, etc. So we have a lot of different publics that we need to be able to meet. And you want to be able to design a sector, a new ministry structure that is responsive to that. We are also talking about the use of technology and how all of those things are going to impact. So specifically in looking at a new structure for the Ministry of Agriculture, we wanted to be able to encompass those aspects. But then additionally, we also want to be able to encompass the other side of it, which is the funding. How is it going to be funded? How is it going to work? What is going to be the effectiveness of it? And create a framework then that would allow for growth. So in this regard, as Permanent Secretary would have indicated, we're looking at some key things. One, specifically a facilitatory arm, and that's where research and extension and education comes in, because we know that agricultural productivity is driven by innovation. I know often we talk about innovation just in the context of maybe more computer science things, but more and more, and actually over the years, what you see driving agricultural productivity, agricultural growth is innovation. And that comes from research and extension. So there has to be a clear marriage of the two things. And there has to be strength in that. And that's going to facilitate the growth of the agricultural sector, which is what we need to see our economy grow overall. The other aspect of it is the regulatory role, which is then speaking to how do we manage our borders, how do we ensure and maintain the biodiversity of Barbados and of the agricultural sector, how do we provide the type of scientific services that are needed, diagnostic services that are needed to balance the growth from innovation, but at the same time, we need to temper it to make sure that everything that we're producing is safe for our people to consume. Everything that's being produced can meet international standards. So those are two key components. And the third big component that would come in there would also speak to the agricultural economic research surveys, economic planning. We need to be able to track what we don't measure. We definitely won't be able to see progress in. So we need to have that kind of economic focus as well, because agriculture is an economic sector and there are a lot of exciting technological things, but not every single thing that is exciting technologically will actually lead to growth in the sector. So it's to temper those things. So we've had to look at a number of things and start to pull together a structure that would speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister and team. I continue to keep a watching brief in this ministry. It is clearly doing wonderful and fantastic work, and all I can say is keep up the good work. And also, please look for those comments for planning and development and make sure I get them back on time. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I can assure you that your planning files should be coming back to you faster because I've changed the system. Those files no longer have to come to me as Minister. They go from the Chief Agriculture Officer straight back to you. So now if there are any delays, you have all calls to call me so that I can make sure that I remind the Chief that the process has been changed and therefore there should be no delays. Bear in mind, though, they were never delayed at minister's level. You go into my office now, you won't see a file unless it's placed there this morning.
Thank you, Honourable Minister and team. We're going to take one more question before we take a break. I could imagine we're going to go to the Honourable Member for St. Michael East.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A very simple question, and probably it's on. Yeah, it's on. Yeah, a very simple question, but the conversation seems to be very incestual. In other words, we're involving a lot of interior knowledge being shared, but what I'm very concerned about is, based on many of the presentations, some people are saying that people are not, in fact, Dr. McLean, PS, and others are saying people are not inspired to be part and parcel of this industry and this discipline. And I think that that is something that you need to focus on. So although we talk about the structures that we have, and we talk about the laws that need to be changed and all of that, there's a major encumbrance, especially based on the history of agriculture in this country. And it has serious psychosocial and psychohistorical challenges, but even with all the technology. I know growing up as a boy, and that was long, long ago, I used to see people going to work on mornings in the field, but by force. There, in some cases, were not even paid properly. Although we would love to be able to pay them as much as we believe that they deserve, I certainly know that they pay a lot more than even when they were not even paid at all. While we talk with each other, that's probably why some people don't even understand when they use the word incestual. In other words, we're talking to one another. We still need to have an intensive program that, rather than talking to the general public at this specific time every year, and I want to compliment the government for having a structured a system of this kind, where I can have the opportunity to make an assessment not only of myself, but an assessment of the good work of the ministry
as you have people in this ministry that are extremely intelligent and knowledgeable about the subject matter, probably more knowledgeable about the subject matter than some Christians are about Christianity and the Bible. And that's where you are at present. So I have no doubt about how much I admire the answers today. But my view is that you got to reach people. You got to reach workers. You got to reach potential workers. And because of these challenges, as people here, look, I have never had, in my political career, which was relatively long, I've never had a worker come and tell me they want a job at the Bell Lower State. Nothing so. Most of the times they might get as far as sanitation. But nobody don't tell me they want to work in agriculture. So I'm saying that it means that you have now to reach out. And I'm asking you to put a program. They have some very noble and revolutionary type programs in the Ministry of Agriculture, and they're having some impact. But you can make quantum leaps in terms of productivity, even with all the limits and the financial constraints which you have. You can do that if you structure a good educational program and have a conversation on a regular basis with the people who need to be enlightened. And to drive those fears, you must drive those fears under. So you get more and more people now deciding, look, I want to get into this. It's not only self-sufficiency in the program, but people can have financial rewards, so you have to be able to encourage them. I can give you the historical evidence, and when people were liberated in the 18th century in the Haitian Revolution, the biggest problem that the leaders had is after pulling them off the plantation, getting them to go back to the plantation. So you got to educate people about the fears which they have about agriculture. So I just want to at least comment, and to some extent, hopefully that is impregnated with a question itself, right? So thanks very much.
Honourable Member, I want to thank you sincerely for that comment, and because it allows for me to put a couple of things on the table that perhaps we can discuss in this presentation as well. First of all, at the BAMC, they had a system where when it rained, people didn't get to go over and they didn't get pay. We have brought an end to that. They had a system where you had two different types of pay packages, one for males and one for females. We brought an end to that, and really and truly, the CEO acting at BAMC can give the details, the CEO, sorry, at BAMC can give the details to that. But I also assure you that we also introduced bathroom facilities at the BAMC farms as well. And what is the message that we are really sending? We are sending a very clear message that we are conscious of the fact that there are people, human beings just like us, that are involved in agriculture. And those changes that we are making are designed specifically to reach people at that level, but equally induce more people to get involved simply because the facilities and the environment has changed enough that they can come and participate. The fact that a person doesn't get rainfall in their money nowadays is something that we really and truly cannot ignore. The fact that you don't have two different types of pay packages, one for males and one for males, is something that we really need to tell this country about. And we can go on and on, the development of the feed program, training people, then giving them all the inputs and doing a hand-holding exercise to keep them going is really reaching people and making sure people are involved. So I would like for us to continue this, Honourable Member, after lunch so that we can have a greater discourse on it and to allow for the CEO at BAMC to comment as well.
You wish the CEO to comment now, or? Yeah, let him give his comment now.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Orlando Adderley, CEO of BMC. I think certainly the sugar industry in particular has a very deep history of, it's been around almost 300 years. And as the minister pointed out, when we took over, or when after the last election, there were some inconsistencies or some challenges that the industry had, particularly around paying workers. We had situations where if rain fell, obviously no fault of yours, you did not get pay. Now, appreciate the fact that we were paying, the rate that is being paid in the industry has always been around the minimum wage. But what we have sought to do is obviously change the narrative at BMC by setting the standard for the other private farmers. So obviously moving away and done away with the farm worker A and farm worker B, and obviously it was some level of discrimination, right? Same work, but one was female, one was male. The whole issue of taking old buses without any sort of sanitary facilities and traditionally asking women in particular to go in the cane ground. I mean, it is something that's come up through the years. I mean, my own mother had that experience as she worked on a farm. So it was an initiative that for us was significant. Along with the fact too that on top of the work that we've been doing and obviously driving change within the industry is a project that was supported by the government 3 years ago called the NICAR project, which was created in the height of COVID. And it was used as a transition project. And what we have seen is that we started to change the face of people who want to enter agriculture. Obviously, some people want the tourism sector went back. But we've moved away now from obviously just seeing people coming into the industry as laborers. What we've done with our capital program is increase the number of tractors and then therefore move people to a level of the jobs you want to offer now are more of operators, mechanization, and moving away from labor. So we have made some changes, and obviously we continue to make some changes. We only recently, as an entity, put out new task rates. So what we're doing now is getting the workers to work on a productivity basis. And obviously it automatically increases your income. So what we are trying to do and continue to do is obviously lead the sector, particularly the sugarcane sector, sugarcane farmers and the things that we do and getting them to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that you do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker, and that's for leave to sit again. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, we say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the House be suspended until 2 p.m. this afternoon.
The question is that this Honourable Chamber be suspended until 2 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against it, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This Honourable Chamber stands suspended until 2 p.m.
And it was mainly activity where people were keeping sheep and not engaged really in serious farming. The result is that we have a number, whereas we have the numbers, not all of them meet the criteria that we would want for development of the industry. So that reduces the number available for us for the breeding program and also for the export. So we are trying to see how we can get that program ramped up. And in addition, we have a problem where the population is highly inbred. And those of us who are familiar with what the black belly sheep looked like years ago will know that nowadays we see rams, for example, that are much smaller than what we were used to. And in that regard, we have now a member of staff of the ministry who is engaged in a research program at the Capefield campus, looking at the incidence of inbreeding and seeing how we can improve the population in that regard. In addition, as you know, feed is one of the problems that farmers face, the high cost of feed. And the program includes using local resources where possible, showing farmers how we can use local resources to produce feed for the animals. And we have just in the process of doing some trials now on some feeds which we have produced using lucina or river tamarind, the waste from agriculture like the sweet potato peelings and the cassava peelings which we get from those persons who are making flour and using it industrially. So the idea is that wherever possible, we will use local resources in order to produce feeds that we can now pass on to farmers the formula for these, that they will be able to produce feed for themselves. And the equipment is not very expensive, and we will be looking to see how using the ministry's rebate system, if we can assist farmers in getting equipment in that regard. But this is something which we are currently in the process of working on. So the aim is to have a viable black belly sheep industry in Barbados. And right now we have on record about 270 farmers. But of those farmers, only about 11 have more than 100 sheep, and about 60 that would have more than 25. So the numbers, it means that we have to spend a lot of time finding farmers with the numbers and also with the quality sheep that we will want to put in the program. And what the feed program, I know there's a demand for sheep for the feed program. And when we get the program going, the rapid multiplication program going, we will be able to meet that demand.
Thank you. One more quick question, Minister, and something you mentioned earlier. In relation to the dam, the pond, remember there was plans to do one at, for the land lease at, behind the police station or the back of the police station. I would have visited the old building. There was an old building below of BADMC at Friendship. I visited there with the manager of agricultural services when I was in the ministry. And there is a nice pond for some runoff there, which is perhaps already is a natural catchment area, and I'm wondering if you have any plans for that. And to me, it's the pond in terms of creating that dam for farmers at Spring Hall is better suited. Do you have any plans for that? You know, has it been discussed in the ministry?
Thank you, Chair. Crab Hill is one of the sites we identify to do the shrimp project. We are really very close to settling a lease agreement with the owners of that land. The lease agreement was sent to them, and they are going through it with their attorneys. All available reservoirs we're prepared to use so that we can provide water for the farmers. But the thing is, with the north of the island, is that we have been reliably informed that there's water down there that we can use, and we did a tour with the Barbados Water Authority with the hope that we would do drilling over there and establish, rather than put reservoirs, we would establish a water supply for the north of the island so that the farmers on that side of the island will have access to water. And we do know as well that there's also water available closer to Spring Hall Land Lease Project. I would let the BADMC give the details of it and the details on the plans for the Crab Hill area in terms of the aquaponics and the aquaculture project.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. The development of the aquaculture project at Crab Hill, we initially toured that area with a couple of third parties who proposed that the capacity for that area, given its low-lying nature, did contribute to pursuing aquaculture in that location. What we are working towards right now is the development of, again, a pilot there that would potentially utilize above-ground water storage, which would then develop a recirculating aquaculture system, a more water-intense, but not reliant per se on pulling from the ground, the aquifer underground. The idea there is to, considering how sensitive that area in terms of access to water is for the farmers, we're just trying to find a way to balance that approach whilst introducing the aquaculture. That pilot is now set to be designed. We're just getting the costings of the tanks and the like. So by, I would think, within 2 months or so, we would have a full structure that we could put forward to Cabinet and to the Minister for consideration. In relation to the access to water, the catchment that you mentioned, the pond right next door to the Spring Hall Land Lease, what would have been formerly the shop there, that building and the location there is within the BADMC's property, so it is something that we can consider. What we were trying to establish, given the cost of developing catchments, even if it is an already formed pond, there is still a fair bit of construction costs associated. So as the Minister mentioned, working with the BWA, we're just trying to complete that exploration and determination of if additional water could be pulled from the Mount Poya area to start with, but also too, there is exploration of a area I think is referred to as Swampy Town, just trying to identify if in fact we can pull water from those two locations to supplement what's happening at Spring Hall, as well as at Mount Poya. So I think, not that they can't happen simultaneously, but we're just trying to make sure that whilst we work through the costs of both options, we choose the most effective and long-term solution as well. But definitely the catchment there was something that was considered, and we believe there is capacity there, but as I said, there's still a capital cost to develop. So we just want to compare the options so that we can make a final determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member for St. Michael, South Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I want to associate myself with the comments made earlier by some of the other honourable members about the performance of the sector, about the dedication that you and your team have shown to the sector, and that the importance that the government has clearly placed on renewing agriculture as the original economic sector, and also as a source of securing people's livelihoods and well-being. I was going to start off by saying that you're one of my favorite ministries, but then I discovered that you waited until I had given up responsibility for town planning to decide that comments only had to go as far as the chief agricultural officer, which I had been asking for some time. But I'm still encouraged to see that the ministry is orienting itself towards progress and towards efficiency. Now, in that regard, my first question, for which I may have a follow-up or two, has to do with the role of extension officers in the community programs and in the overall strategic objectives of what the ministry has been targeting. I was very interested to hear Ms. Holder talk about nutritional quality. So you're not just talking about yield, but you're trying to make sure that we are targeting nutritional quality. But I understand, Minister, that the number of extension officers in both the ministry proper and BA DMC, I believe, has fallen as an overall total. I'm concerned about that. And I hear the narrative about replacing extension officers with the technology, but I'm also concerned about that. Meaning to say, there is a notion, and I see you shaking your head, so that's good, but meaning to say that there's a notion that you can send out a video showing somebody how to do something, and they can watch it and execute it. Now, the farmers are your constituents as a ministry, so you know that where we are today in 2023, that is not the case. It is not the case for many established farmers, and it is not the case for people who are interested in farming. In many cases, you have to get to people. You have to be able to look at what is happening with a particular plant. You have to be able to look at the leaf and see, well, is this a particular challenge that you're having? You have to be able to show techniques. What is the plan for this challenge that you're having with the number of extension officers? Because, you know, I found myself about to say in my day, and that's very telling, but when I was younger, we had environmental health officers, we had extension officers, people coming around to homes and communities and checking to make sure everything was good. And in a country the size of Barbados, I don't think that is an overinvestment of resources. There are things that you have to leave home for. There are things that you have to get out on the ground and look at and look for. So can you say a bit about what is the plan to increase the number, perhaps back to where we were, or at least to some objective of a number of officers per parish or per number of farmers and so on?
Thank you, Honourable Member, and thank you for your kind remarks. Yes, we do have a plan in place. As a matter of fact, we're working with a consultant. Since this is the area of the Chief Agriculture Officer, I will let her address it. But yes, we really do have a plan in place to address this issue.
Thank you, Honourable Member. First off, let me say that extension agents are really educators who are translating science for the public, for farmers. And they're engaging farmers, homeowners, the general public to act and prepare for a better life using agriculture and things related to that. And extension officers play an important role. I always say that extension officers are to farmers what the Apple iStore is to consumers, because most people would not have an iPhone if you didn't have an iStore that you could have gone to and get help with it. So they are a critical and important cog in the wheel of moving the science of agriculture and putting it into practical, real terms and allow farmers to be able to take it and run with it. So research without that, you're not going to get that diffusion of the innovation. And that's one of the things that has hampered us, yes, in the past and currently, because what we have been seeing is that the staff within the ministry, we have been losing staff to retirement. The average age in the ministry for a lot of staff is quite high up in the 50s and 60s now. So this has certainly been a challenge, as Minister Ware has indicated. We have engaged a consultant to help us look at how we are going to redesign the extension program. Now, having said that, we also have to look at extension in the context of a changing world. So we do want to use the technology. There are tools that we are working now to develop that would allow farmers to have more real-time access. So not that it would replace it, but now you have extension has another tool available to them to be able to not only provide the hands-on service that is needed to guide farmers and to guide communities, but also to allow them to have the opportunity late at night, early in the morning, to learn at their own pace and have access to the information that they need to make decisions right at their fingertips. So in developing the new extension program, we have to look at, first of all, we are expanding the areas of agriculture into new areas. So we have to look at developing curricula and support for farmers around those things, such as aquaculture and protective agriculture, et cetera. And then we also have to look at making sure that we help farmers with the adoption of the technology so that they can be more efficient. So it's not just, okay, here's some technology, go ahead and use it, but there has to be connection from one place to the other. So it is a process that we are looking at, and we need to engage with our farming community to determine what are their needs and how we are going to help them with the transition. So this is the work that is being done, and yes, we are losing extension agents, but it also gives us an opportunity now in developing new training programs, and also in terms of part of the youth succession planning that is needed to start now to bring in new persons to be able to develop that succession plan and have the transfer of knowledge. Thanks.
Thanks very much. This is a follow-up question that is related to the specific community-based programs that were discussed earlier. Now, I know you have Project CARE, you have the FEED program. There was another acronym that the Chief Agricultural Officer made reference to that I don't recall at this time. But I do see that there are efforts at engagement, notwithstanding the fact that you have to ramp up the numbers and the methodologies that you use in your extension program. But I did hear, I think it was Mr. Innes suggest that you had trained 880 in the FEED program, but there was maybe 200 and something, I don't remember if the number was 240 something that had received land. And I know this to be a fact, not necessarily the figures, but I know that there is a real gap between the numbers trained and the people who are actually able to begin because of the fact that they have not received land, because several in St. Michael's South Central that came hot, sweaty, and excited to the FEED program to be trained now cannot follow up because they have not received land. Similarly, with respect to Project CARE, I don't think that these proceedings are for the purposes of getting too minute. But I have to make reference to a specific community because we call the name of this community for other things, but I want us to understand that if we want to see changes in certain communities, that we also have to invest in them. Now, I think it was the Project CARE program that encouraged us to identify a plot for community farming, and that plot that was identified by some of the young people in my constituency was in the Marl Hole Halls Road area. There's a group of young men who have a lot that they want to, they had already started without being asked, but they wanted to be able to continue. What they received through the Project CARE by way of inputs, let me put it this way. It would mean that one man could do the forking and another man might be able to sprinkle with the hose, but I'm not so sure what the other 8 people would be doing. Because the level of investment, the quantity of the inputs, I don't think that I would be able to go and face a group of young people in my community with that level of inputs for a community farming program. I link this to the question of extension officers because similarly, they do have some knowledge of what to do to get things to grow, but they would similarly need some help in making sure that this project is as successful as it could be. And I regret to tell you that that help was not forthcoming. I called the name of the community, and I am specific on this occasion, not in order to air any dirty laundry, because Minister, you know that you and I have a solid relationship in terms of making sure that our communities benefit from this sector. But because I want us to understand how the fine work makes a difference, because the project has really not taken off. And I really want to understand because we are talking to the people of Barbados, and I want people to understand what may have been the challenges, what may be the options, for them to hear what are the prospects to make sure that this is something that they are able to benefit from.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and thanks for raising it. Let me get the BADMC to respond, and if it is not them, the BAMC, because you may very well have a case where it's one or the other. So let me get them to respond, and then what I can assure you is that a team will visit the area and we will have this project moving.
Thank you, Honourable Member. First off, I would want to render an apology to the community group in that if they have not been adequately served, I would want to make sure that they are. We do have an officer who is assigned and working across all of the constituencies and has been engaging. And so if there is a scenario where inadequate support is being provided, we would want to address that. And I think the Minister just made the point. I would try to make sure that we have that engagement happen straight away. In relation to community groups, though, I think I would just need to perhaps offline have a bit of clarity as to what has been provided, because there is a structure that has been developed in conjunction with the CARE Committee as to what happens where you have individual versus church groups, community groups, etc. So there's a bit of a difference in terms of how we cater to each group, because you recognize that you're working as a group, you can't have a single fork, etc. So I would want to perhaps have that conversation separate so that we could try to make sure that we address that. But there is definitely a structure that we would want to ensure to engage and facilitate.
Thank you for that. Your response makes a lot of sense. Mr. Chairman, this is my final follow-up on my first question. And it relates to the issue of we're doing this community outreach and engagement for nutrition security and quality. And at the same time, you as a ministry have a partnership with other ministries that have nutrition, in particular the Ministry of Health, as their focus. But I am wondering whether we are using the engagement, the extension to people and community groups to reinforce some of the nutrition messages that we also want to reinforce. Now, one hates to vary from the perspective of the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, the Honourable Prime Minister, but the notion that there are particular things that we need in our context, that we need to originate for our context. We were having a discussion about the notion of being able to count calories, to know the nutritional content of food, of the food that we're eating. The truth is, Minister, that I track my calories and my macronutrients in something called MyFitnessPal. I don't want it to be an ad for anybody else. But if I were to go in here today and show you that I could put in cassava, flying fish, I could even put in a beef and potato roti from Chefette, and I will find the nutritional information and the quality. Now, it might be useful, perhaps for some person in the private sector to develop such an app for the Caribbean context, but my point is to say that there's a lot that already exists that we can build on, and in fact, we may want to have a project that goes into the existing information or the existing apps to verify the information. But I wanted to ask you about how you are engaging with people while you are out in the field talking about nutritional quality and yield and so on, to also reinforce these messages about nutrition and health, especially to the extent that it can permeate communities. Because I think that is an important opportunity, but not just to communicate with them at that level, but also to do the kind of information gathering about these same foods that we can then plug into existing platforms so people can know what they're eating and how it is nourishing them.
Thanks, Honourable Member, and that's a good question. You would have heard me speaking over and over and over about harmonization between ministries. I think a lot of this really, the heavy lifting, will be done by the Ministry of Health and Wellness, but the Ministry of Agriculture will do the analytics, so that the two ministries will work together. As a matter of fact, this also includes the Ministry of Education, because you may recall when you were in Cabinet, I brought a paper to Cabinet which deals with SDG 2, Parliamentary Fronts Against Hunger. And that work was being done through stakeholders, the Diabetics Association, the Cancer Society, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Commerce. And that work, I must admit to you, since COVID, we haven't really done a lot with it. But that is where we will seek to get that kind of approach to provide what you are asking about. It is not there right now, but we can get there once we start back with the Parliamentary Fronts Against Hunger, determining which ministry will carry the anchoring of which component of it, and we will do the analytics.
Thank you. I'd like to move quickly to an issue that was raised before, which has to do with the use of drones and the predial larceny legislation and so on that you have brought to this honorable chamber and that now needs to be executed and realized and implemented. I will have to tell you that my specific interest is more on the livestock side. My mother was a small farmer, is a small farmer, but she did more of it in my younger years. But I don't seem to be able to get many things to grow unless they, as we would say, have eyelashes. I tend to more be able to get animals to grow than plants. And so I tend to have a particular interest in livestock. Minister, you are also aware that I have also had certain experiences directly with this issue with respect to predial larceny and the extent to which it can devastate investments that farmers have made. And in particular, given your efforts to revive black belly sheep farming, and I made a lot of notes when Dr. McLean was talking because I tend to have some perspectives on it and the extent to which you seem to want to hold on to a certain purity in the stock that we may not be able to get back to, and we may need to start to release. But that's another conversation. I am not sure, and perhaps you can explain to me, how we intend to use drones in circumstances where people are stealing livestock, people are taking livestock to another site and slaughtering livestock. How do we foresee that we will be able to use and enforce through the use of this technology? Because I see the intent, but the practical application, I do have a curiosity about.
Yeah, you're correct. Jones won't deliver for you in this regard. But we are doing a program with the FAO, which is a program where we will have chips for traceability. And that is then going to call on the consciousness of all Barbadians, including those who purchase from farmers, where we would then be able to trace animals to a large extent through the chipping system. I believe Dr. Trotman was working with the FAO on this project, and he can give you some more details on it.
Thank you very much. This is Dr. Mark Trotman, Chief Veterinary Officer. We have been engaging the FAO over the past several months in developing an animal identification and traceability program for the country. First starting with the black-belly sheep as a pilot project, which should be rolled out within the next month or two, where these animals are going to be identified and a central database will be generated, and their movements or their movement from one location to the other right up through slaughter is recorded so that we know from birth right through slaughter, and the owner or the responsible person for that animal. That will help considerably in tracking the identity of the owner and tracking the animal. What will happen going forward is we should be able to piggyback that onto a full-fledged food safety traceability system where we can actually identify the meat, trace it right back to the live animal and the farm that it originated from. But within the context of trade predial larceny, the program will allow us to be able to trace these animals. It may not necessarily solve all of the problems, and I do know that there have been incidents of site slaughter, of field slaughter, animals being picked up. That's going to be very difficult to trace if they're not in the system. However, those animals will not be able to get into a proper food safety system. So these would be people slaughtering and backyard slaughtering essentially and consuming the animals. They won't enter any kind of large-scale commercial enterprise because they wouldn't be allowed to do so under any inspection program. We are hoping to also have these animals, the tagging or the procedure for identifying these animals will be by a microchip, which adds another layer of detection where these animals can be picked up, not necessarily through remote identification as you see in the movies and so on, but although that may very well happen in the future. But at least these animals will be electronically identified. It wasn't just be a numerical tag attached to these animals. So that pretty much is how we plan to at least do some work towards identifying and combating some of the predial larceny issues in livestock. Thank you.
Thanks for that. My last question on this occasion relates to the medicinal cannabis sector. When we were doing the work some years ago to start to revision the Barbados economy, this sector was to be one of the stars. There has been a lot of intervening conversation about other treatments with respect to cannabis, and I understand why. I understand that there are all kinds of other considerations and other populations that are interested in the conversation. But I would like to hear from you, Minister, and your team about where we are with this sector. I understand that there are cross-border financial issues that attend. But I am also mindful that we've established certain targets and floors for investment in this sector. As I pointed out when we were discussing the energy sector, that notion of 30% local ownership is a target for the energy sector. I wanted to know on that occasion whether it is being reached or whether we're on the way. And similarly, with respect to medicinal cannabis, where are we? What levels of investment can we expect? What is the size of this sector that we forecast in terms of how much it can really generate wealth for Barbadians? I'm assuming we are not talking about the bulk commodity export, because we took a decision to step away from that when we decided we wanted a different relationship with sugar. And also how are we tracking, and are we tracking, and is there this, are we getting towards this 30% local ownership? I really would like to understand where we are, what are the prospects, in particular in this financial year, and perhaps forecast for the medium term, the next 3 or 4 years.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I know we have seen some uptick in activity at the BMCLA. After a protracted period of people not showing interest because they weren't sure of the investment climate. A lot has changed since then, and there is a lot of activity taking place. The acting CEO can speak to that, and the chairman can also speak to the activity that's taking place in terms of approvals that have come to the board.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. So what we have seen in the past couple of years is that, yes, medicinal cannabis was allowed to be legal in Barbados, but a lot of things would have happened in the intervening years. As we've stepped into this globally, a lot of the persons who would have put in their application.
You are known to some of us. For the record of the House, please introduce yourself.
Apologies.
As is the order.
Apologies. I am Senator Shanika Roberts-Odell. I'm the current acting CEO of the Barbados Medicinal Cannabis Licensing Authority. Thank you, sir. So what has in fact happened is a lot of those persons would have put a pause on their interest in terms of coming in, considering COVID, considering a lot of the global financial outcomes that would have happened at that point in time. A lot of that interest has reheated, one may consider that term, and we have continued to process through applications at a significantly increased pace. We have currently 2 licensees representing 8 licenses who are active, so to speak. We have also had another 12 licenses that have been approved by the board and are currently in the process. While the country has recovered, and in a lot of ways the global outlook has recovered as it relates to COVID, a lot of these licensees are still in the process of recovering, and a lot of these applicants are still in the process of recovering. However, they are all very, very reinvested and here towards getting their license and getting their facility up and running. As it relates to the 30% ownership, I am very, very happy to say that that is indeed achieved as it relates to our applications. There are no applications that we have before us that do not include the 30% ownership for Barbadians in this country. And I am extremely happy to say that. In some cases, it's far more than 30% ownership in Barbadians. In some cases, it's 50. Some cases, it's an entirely Barbadian-owned enterprise. So we have definitely been able to achieve that versus a lot of other territories which that hasn't been able to be significantly achieved. So I've been very happy on that point. As it relates to our outlook for me is very, very good. This year, my anticipation is that we have at least 12 of these licensees that are coming on board with having their facility up and running. We currently already have a facility up and running. There's cannabis grown in Barbados currently, medicinal cannabis grown in Barbados currently. There is a retail distribution facility that should be coming on board as well. But the outlook, economic outlook as it relates to that is very, very good. I want to say from the authorities' perspective, we only receive license fees every 5 years. The license is for a 5-year period. Most of the economic reverbers you're going to see is in the licensees, in them hiring persons, in them being able to sell their product and to be able to, generate income in that area.
Thanks. The only final follow-up really on that question is to be able to get something more quantitative in terms of the size of the sector, because I hear 2 licensees responsible for 8 licenses and 12 in the process. But I wanted to know whether there is a general sense of what is the scale of economic activity that this sector can be expected to generate. I don't want you to pull out your calculator, but just to give a general idea of whether we can, what I'm getting at is, can we count on this sector to be one of the real pillars of growth, as are other parts of agriculture, as is tourism, as is energy? I'm just trying to get a sense of whether that is the case in your estimation.
I can say in my estimation, we intend to be one of those legs under the table. The reality, if you're looking for, I'm glad you don't want me to pull out my calculator, but I can say that I can speak in terms of what are the size of the facilities that you're looking at, and I can speak in terms of what those are intending to do. So we have 6 cultivators, right? So there's 4 tier 1, that's an acre and under, and 2 tier 2, which is between 1 and 5 acres in the facility, right? So each of those facilities is allowed to produce at any one point in time at least 3,000 plants per acre. So there's some that can have 6,000 at any one time on their facility. Again, I can't tell you in terms of their output because that depends on what exactly they're growing. What strain are you growing depends on what is your outlook, what is your turnover point for your product on the market. I can tell you we have 2 processor facilities, that's tier 1 processors. So we will be able to take that product, be able to manufacture that into various kinds of products. Those particular applicants have submitted the kind of products that they're looking to create, and they, at least in one of those cases, they have already advised and shown us where their markets are and their relationships within Europe towards selling that product. There are 3 retail distributors, and those will be therapeutic facilities established in Barbados to be able to service locals and tourists alike. 3 import, 2 export, 1 research and development, and 2 transport facilities, licensees. So the reality is it's an ecosystem in truth, because no one person necessarily, unless you're a vertically integrated company, but most aren't vertically integrated. So they're going to rely on another licensee to be able to transport and another licensee be able to import as it related to the specific strains or seeds that they may be able to cultivating, and another licensee towards exportation. Additionally, our shape is not solely based on agricultural. There's also the Barbados Drug Service, which has responsibility for, after these are products, for the approval of those particular products and verifying that those products are good for consumption as it relates to medicinal consumption, if we're talking about medical products. So the size is not merely agriculture, it's also in that end of product sales. But again, we are new. We have just started seeing product grown in Barbados and being able to hit the markets, and that will grow and change based on what those individual business persons choose to do. We've been very careful about staying out of the business end and allowing persons to make decisions that make sense for them in terms of what strains they're growing, what products they're producing, and where they're selling those products.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will come back on a second round.
If I may add, though, just for us to understand really where the medicinal cannabis industry is. Today, the industry is at 16.7 billion and is set to grow to 24 6.4% by 2023 to 2030. So the industry does present a real good opportunity for participation. It's a question of how we attract the type of investment that's going to give us a footprint right there. And that is of most importance to us. What it is that we are really getting into, we're getting into an industry that works just like tourism. We know that the tourism stats state that globally, the tourism industry will generate X amount, and therefore, once you're in there, you can develop a footprint that gives you a chance to participate. Similarly with medicinal cannabis, I think the challenge that we face here, and this is why I thought you would have raised, is that we have to find space for those Barbadians who, similar to what we did with the sugar industry, where we were able to create a space for sugar to continue when the preferential treatment was taken away, to allow for the economic activity to take place and to allow people to continue to participate. What we're looking at is a similar approach to the medicinal cannabis industry, where we can allow for growers to grow and then have a processing opportunity for people to process. And then based on those products, you can have your spas, you can have all the different value addeds, and then the opportunity for transportation will kick in, and the opportunity for the masseuse and those who provide the treatments as well, to grow out an industry that provides opportunities beyond the cannabis itself in order for people to participate. And I think that is where you're probably getting at. I don't have the quantitative information, but you can see from an economic standpoint where the opportunities will be.
Thanks, Minister. That is what I did raise when I asked about the notion that we stay away from the bulk commodity approach and that we make sure that we can create an industry for people to participate. And also what I was getting at when I talked about the 30% local stake, because we may say local ownership, meaning in companies, in who are the directors, but I think that when we talk about local ownership, we are really talking about local stake in a sector. And it's something that we need to build out. But I thank you and your team for being able to show Barbadians that there is space here and that you will continue to try and provide that space. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central. Honourable Member for St. James South.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to start by congratulating the team at the Ministry of Agriculture. I have watched and observed the number of things that you are doing, and I know that these things are extremely transformative for Barbados. And I really look forward to the continued success of the different initiatives that you're doing. So, congrats. The Ministry of Agriculture, we've partnered a lot within foreign trade. We partner in relation to business to help take Barbados forward in terms of the development of agriculture. And one of the areas in which you are critical to the country is in the development of trade, and when it comes to imports and exports. On the import side, I know that we have been trying to focus on promoting trade within the CSME to be able to work with Guyana, Suriname, and we also want to see some work being done with the OECS, because the continued viability of those economies are critical to Barbados because we export a number of goods and services to them. So part of the remit you have is to participate in helping us in relation to the ease of doing business. We've signed a number of trade agreements that mandate that we remove a lot of the obstacles that may delay imports, etc. And I know you're part of a general ecosystem that is trying to speed up. I want to ask you to share with the Chamber and with the country, though, the challenges you have in that area, because at the end of the day, while speed is important, being accurate and safeguarding the border is critical. So if you could share your role in the ease of doing business at both the airport and seaport, and what you would want us, the general public, to understand about that process.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Actually, we were working with Customs on a program to help us to be able to develop a trusted trader program. Michael James, who is the person heading that area, can speak in details to what is happening and where we're at in terms of the ease of doing business at the seaport and the airport.
Hi, good afternoon. Michael James, Plant Pathology, Plant Protection, Ministry of Agriculture. It's a very interesting question, ma'am. It is not only about, I think most Bajans, when they hear about free trade, they think it means just everything just free up. You can just go and trade willy-nilly. It's not like that. There's some measure of responsibility, both on the Ministry of Agriculture as well as persons trading with bringing in produce, or for that extent, exporting. So with respect to what the minister was saying, the Customs does have a trusted traders program, but both myself and my colleague, Dr. Trotman, we look at different things. They're about, yes, if this thing has in, is it what it's supposed to be? So let's say it's oranges, yes, it's oranges. Our remit is basically look at the risk that set of oranges or that meat might pose to Barbados. Okay, so it's kind of different in that person might say, okay, but if Customs pass it, well, you are looking at it because they're different risks. You cannot see, you cannot x-ray an orange and see if it has a virus. It's impossible to do it, at least not yet, all right? You can't x-ray a piece of wood and see if there's a particular bacterium that's in there. So we look at different sets of risk, and in some respects that makes it a bit more difficult, and you're not going to get your product or produce or commodity, and I mean we get spanked sometimes, but we are trying to, at the end of the day, trying to protect the biodiversity within Barbados. So if sometimes we say, okay, we have to inspect, or you cannot enter or you cannot come in without what we call a pest risk analysis. So therefore, if you want to import anything, we go through what we call due diligence. So we want to know, where is it coming from? What are the pests associated with that particular product from the exporting country? Do we have a similar pest? If we do, is it something under control? If it's not, then we'll say, well, look, these are the conditions you have to put in place in order to protect the borders of Barbados. So there are a number of different things we're looking at, both at the seaport and the airport. We will work with our colleagues in Ministry of Health, as well as my colleague within veterinary quarantine, to ensure that whatever comes in meets the standards, not only nationally, but meets the standards that protects the Barbados border. And sometimes that might mean that the protected commodity would have to be destroyed, or we would not allow it to come in. That is par for the course. I mean, when we export, we also go through that sort of procedure. And I tell you, a number of times we get a number of documents coming back to us telling us, oh, well, you know, Barbados, you sent this thing, should not have come. We're not sending it back, it has been destroyed. That is par for the course. But our remit is we're here to facilitate, but part of facilitation means sometimes we have to say no.
Thank you very much. I've had a wonderful education from you in terms of all the things that you have to do in terms of examining the geographical areas and so on. I never really realized how much went into it until we had that session a few months ago. And I believe that at one point we'd had an issue with one of our CARICOM neighbors feeling that we had rejected some produce and felt that Barbados was not open for business. But I know since then you would have done some work in making sure they understand that we are open for business. So I really thank you for that, because the trade is important. My second question, Chair, would be on the other side, where we want to look at export. And this is very important to Barbados because over the years we've signed a number of trade agreements, whether it is the EPA with the UK, the EPA with the EU, and we also have the Treaty of Chaguaramas, and we've got some bilaterals, etc. And one of the challenges we have had, especially with the UK and EU EPA, is access to their market because of the sanitary and phytosanitary issues that govern their trade. And being able to get into those markets has been difficult in the past because we've not had the SPS and we've not had the labs. This is particularly distressing because I remember one particular exporter here in Barbados who has probably one of the best products worldwide as far as I'm concerned, was unable to export their product into the UK and the EU, even when they use inputs from those countries. They were not allowed to export. And we know how much a barrier to trade that can be, which limits how much money we can earn and therefore limit the opportunities for other people to get jobs, etc., and for us to earn foreign exchange. So if you could just update us, I know some work has been done on the SPS. I've been one of your fans sitting in the stands cheering you on as you sought to put the SPS legislation in place. And I would also like to ask you to speak towards the issue of the labs. Where are we in relation to having the facility to be able to ensure that we are meeting the standards of other countries, that we can begin to push in terms of trade via Ministry of Industry, etc., and our missions abroad?
Thank you, Honourable Member. We have 3 officers here who are actually leading this project. Dr. Beverly Wood, Dr. Mark Trotman, and Mr. Michael James. And I would love for the 3 of them, starting with Dr. Wood, to speak to this, given the fact that we have already passed 2 pieces of legislation and are waiting on the 3rd piece. And then the 3 of them can speak to the importance of having this legislation in place, what it would do for us to be able to export, and also the labs that are required in order for us to make a difference.
Good afternoon. I'm Beverly Wood. I'm Director of Government Analytical Services, which is a laboratory. I'm also working on the SBS issues. As the Minister said, and you would have known, there are 3 pieces of legislation that form what we call the Agricultural Health and Food Control System. That is the Food Safety Bill, which directs the quality and safety of food. There's also the Plant Protection Bill and the Animal Health and Veterinary Public Health Bill. We had 3 draft pieces of legislation, and as you know, that in December, both the Plant Protection and the Animal Health bills were passed in Parliament. The 3rd piece, the Food Safety Bill, we have just gotten some comments back from the Ministry of Health, and we will be passing those comments on to the CPC, because when the draft bills were sent to CPC, they sent us back asking us some queries that they had. And we as a team had looked at it, and as I said, Health has finalized some of their comments, so that will be going back to CPC for their further work. There will be some amendments and so that would need to be made. So when they have completed that, they will send it back to us for us to review, and then that process will continue until we've agreed that the bill really addresses the areas that we want. Once those 3 pieces of legislation are passed, that is not the only thing that is required when a country wants to export or re-import commodities from a country. There's also the regulations, which are the enforcement procedures that need to take place. And what I should say that the bills or the legislation we had before was a reactive one, in that an officer may go and examine something and then find that there's a problem and ask that it be put in place. These 3 bills now are preventative in that you put systems in place that persons will have to follow, that you will assured that at the end of the process, the food that is manufactured is safe for the animal, whatever. So the regulations then are enforcing what the act is. It would say, well, we do this, or you have to meet these particular things. And one of the other things that we have to also work on is the operation procedures. So you have the primary piece of legislation, you have the regulations, which are enforcement, and then how do we do business? So a country who wants to import a product from Barbados would want to have that the chief plant protection officer or the animal health officer or the food safety person has a good overview of what is happening on the ground. So before, let's say for food safety, there is no requirement, let's say, for a person to have a food safety policy, or that they show they have a HACCP plan, hazard analysis critical control point. Those are some of the things that the new piece of legislation will have a requirement. And the onus is on the manufacturer to be able to say that the food that they're producing is safe, and the regulatory agency will inspect or monitor their progress to see where and truly that it is safe. So the three bills, once they're passed, then we are working on some regulations. We have already started on the one for plant protection. There's an import and export regulation, and we are also working on certain requirements that we will put on the ministry's website to say if you're doing business in Barbados, these are the things that you must comply with. With respect to laboratories, as I said, I manage the government analytical services. We do work with respect to microbe in terms of food microbiology. We also do in terms of water quality. And we also do some work with respect to nutritional labeling. There are certain requirements through Codex that there are certain things you must put on your label. In terms of labeling within Barbados, it's not mandatory with respect to nutritional labeling that you have to have a label. In terms, if you want to say that you're making a claim, my product has so much or my product is this, then you have to put that. So we do some things we want to bring on board, and that's what in our estimates are. We put measures in place to add certain other analyses to our suite to be able to complete what the labeling requirement is. There are things in terms of pesticide residues, some work with veterinary drugs. We are hoping to improve our capacity and capability to do so. We have acquired recently new pieces of equipment. Some of it was given to us through the IAEA regional project. We also got some training, but we really need to have persons dedicated to developing that capability with the analytical instruments that we have. So those are some of the areas that we need. In terms to when persons are exporting to a particular market, they need to understand what that market demands of them. In terms of, let's say, pesticides, some countries have a suite of pesticides that they would want you to be able to analyze for, and therefore then we would develop the capability to be able to see what range of pesticides we can analyze for. Those things are complicated analyses, and you have to have persons dedicated. We have the analytical equipment, and by the sometime later this year, we will have another piece with us. And also, we are working with a project with the IAEA, a national project, where they can assist us in developing further our capabilities in those areas. So that is what we're dealing with now. As I said, with respect to fish, We are just ending up a program now with funding from the FAO, where we looked at what the traceability system is for Barbados. We've also working on looking at a degradation product that we found in fish, histamine. We've developed the capability for doing that. One of the challenges that we face is that the legislation does not demand persons to do so. So a number of the companies and facilities that send samples to the government analytical services is that they want to do their due diligence. They want to get market acceptance. We are hoping that once the food safety bill and all the other pieces are put in place, there are certain things that will be required of persons, and therefore the samples will come to the laboratory. I hope I've answered your question.
Okay, I'd just like to follow on the first the legislation and what it means. We've just, as Dr. Wood mentioned, we've just had the Umbrella Act, which is the Animal Health and Veterinary Public Health Act, passed. We now need to work on specific enabling regulations to be able to enforce the provisions of that legislation. Things such as antemortem and postmortem inspection of meat and meat products, veterinary drug residue or veterinary public health regulations, which will allow us to guarantee that foods of animal origin are safe to eat. There are certain aspects of it that relate to animal welfare as well too. Animal identification and traceability aspects, as I referred to earlier. All these are the components of the umbrella legislation that we now need to drill down into regulations and have those passed so that we have a really robust set of regulations to cover all of the aspects which are demanded by our partners overseas in order for us to access their markets. With respect to the laboratories, now we do have a whole set of designs and proposals for the construction and outfitting of a new veterinary services laboratory. The existing vet lab is not fit for purpose. It is an extremely archaic building that is, for want of a better word, fungus-ridden and rotting. And so we really need to upgrade it and build a new building. It has been put in the estimates for that, so I'm very grateful for that. So that will see us being able to provide, and I must mention that the reason why we need this new laboratory is not just because we need a new laboratory, but because in order for us to be able to provide laboratory support, we need to have an accredited laboratory, one that's recognized internationally to produce results that our partners will recognize as being valid, and we can't do that right now with the existing facility. So the new laboratory that we will build will allow us to produce accredited results recognized by the international community following international standards. And that's certainly another step towards being able to be ready to provide a suite of SPS capacity requirements to export product to our partners. I'm very optimistic that that will be realized within the next year to 2 years. Thank you.
Okay, with respect to plant protection, the legislation, as the minister said, has been passed. We've got a consultant on board right now looking at the regulations, and we would have consulted before. I must say this because, you know, in some parts we heard that they weren't consulted, but that is not true. There were widespread consultations with our stakeholders. The regulations would have had one just on Friday, no, the Tuesday the 28th, looking at the regulations, and that was before our other border protection agencies. And this is something that I need to say because when people hear border protection, they just think about immigration and customs. But border protection is also related to the agriculture as well as health, you know. So persons must take that into consideration when you hear about border protection. With respect to the other part of the regulations, what we're doing is we're going to revamp the manual, the manual that deals with inspections. So we have the plant quarantine manual that's going to be revamped, as well as diagnosis is something that both Beverly and Mark spoke about, very important. If you can't diagnose, especially have some sort of reference diagnosis, then it's very difficult for you to say, well, I don't want that particular product in. So we need to have some measure of diagnostic capability, and that is what they're speaking about. So we are on our way. The new legislation basically made it more international. We went back to international best practices. We aligned ourselves to the IPPC as well as the regional plant protection bill that we also looked at. So it's harmonized to that extent. And we are working again with another part, the electronic single window, where we're going to look at getting what we call electronic phytosanitary certificate, e-phyto, so that will not now be signed and be taken manually. That will be sent directly from country to country, so that you don't have that sort of intermittent persons dealing or trying to steal or trying to pull it one on one another. So all of that is going to be part of the new formation. So you're not only with Asicuda World, electronic single window, e-phyto. So we're trying to get a very tight ship so that all of these things can work in harmony.
What I can also add to is that we will be discussing with the port in terms of the central container examination facility and what we, the plant health, animal and food, would need to have within that facility to be able to examine products that come into Barbados.
It's amazing how with the amateur, the non-agricultural person, you can easily think that all agriculture is to know how to drop a seed in a hole, cover it down and put a little water on it and pray. But I think what the team has shared today shows the level of technical detail and the amount of foundational work that is absolutely necessary to make something like agriculture grow. I would want to say that the success in the SPS, in the labs, and getting the opportunity for export is going to provide opportunity for small farmers to become big farmers, to make farming a fully dignified activity, area where you want to pursue commercial levels of farming. Until we can produce farmers who are earning significantly, we're not going to get enough doing the uptake of land in Guyana or land in Suriname because they want to expand. And the SPS and the other work that you're doing is vital to creating the opportunity for that. My last area is a little parochial. One of the things that I've noted about the work of the ministry is that you're dealing with big macro issues and you're also dealing with the micro issues on the ground in relation to your care program. And the issue of the involvement of the ordinary person. In my constituency, I have a fairly urban, suburban area. But I do have a significant number of people who are interested in agriculture, but they don't have that background. They didn't grow up in the country and saw mommy doing it or daddy doing it, etc. And they're eager to be involved. I wanted to find out, in terms of engaging them, do you have sufficient resources, the issue of equipment, to be able to help each of them as they express that interest? Do you have the resources that are necessary? And I want to ask a follow-up question about if they can grow into, from micro farmers to small farmers to big farmers. I have another question that I want to ask following on.
Right, thank you, Honourable Member. I'll tackle the equipment element first. Obviously, within government, that is always a challenge. But what we have been doing and has been spurred by our PM is looking at how we can work with other state entities, both ministries as well as SOEs, who have equipment and whom we might be able to call on and implement a solution that would give greater coverage and find a way to reach those persons who have that interest. We actually have just drafted an MOU, which we are now starting to share. We're going to try to tackle the ministry itself, the MTW, NCC, those entities who have those pieces of equipment, to try to see how we could work together in a orderly way so that we can identify where they have downtime for those pieces. Their operators may be not necessarily being called on for particular purposes within their work programs, but we would be able to say, okay, well, I have a person in St. James or someone in St. Lucie who requires X. We may be able then to coordinate with them to actually share that work around. So that is an ongoing process. As I said, the MOU is now in the draft form, so we now have to actually elicit the engagement of those entities and seek their buy-in. But that is an active program that we will be pursuing. In relation to the human resource, I think as would have been raised by the other honourable member in relation to our extension staff, I think on island there are 7 who have that title. Obviously quite a small number in terms of coverage, but I think what we have been working to do, and the CAO and the minister would have spoken to some of the consultancy to build that out. In the interim, we're also looking at using the electronic tools to actually build out some measure of content that can allow for persons to actually participate and have access. As part of the care, we've actually engaged with a number of the international agencies, ICA, UNDP, to try to see how they can assist with that building up of the resource. And one of them have actually pledged to develop a number of those, what we would call how-to videos. And that work, I think, is at a very close to being launched point. We had actually hoped to debut it at AgriFest, but that didn't quite work out. But we are hoping within the next few weeks that we can actually launch those videos and start the engagement with persons through that electronic avenue, at least as another step. But obviously still, there's still the need for the human resource as well. So there are going to be multiple layers that we would have to pursue, but the objective would be through care, through feed, through each tier that we are building up within our engagement with the public, to have a mechanism to actually allow them to both reach us, but us to reach them as well. Thank you.
And the last follow-up question flowing out from that, we've been able in St. James South to get a few communities to start community gardens. And one of the things that has emerged from out of that experiment is that people are taking some of the produce and trying to do their own little agro-processing and selling these things. And what it has reminded me is that Barbados really is in deep need of a new generation of healthy snacks that we can put into the schools, we can put on the vendors' trays, that we can encourage people to use in their homes if we're going to beat the NCDs, which we have. I know that your agro-processing unit that does the Carmita range of foods, I use those as well. So I'm just wondering if there are any plans for you to help develop some of these snacks and foods that we can begin to substitute for the highly processed, unhealthy stuff that Barbadians are now imbibing.
No problem. I would say that our Carmitas team, we are looking at how we can, yes, build up the existing products. We have looked at a few new ones as well. There are no firm plans in terms of trying to go back to the stage of facilitating small and micro business in that structure, because I think would have been mentioned, the agri processing facility that was established in by the Ministry of Commerce, by Ministry of Export Barbados, forgive me, yes. But their facility, I know, is more geared towards helping persons to build up, also to build up at a certain quality level, not simply just, the try. So if there are persons who want to pursue that, our job would be to try to make sure we can bridge that gap. I think within our facility, we have quite a small space, quite frankly. Even in terms of what we are producing, we're probably going well beyond what the space really ought to be. But we're looking at some programs to build that out, but the capital budget is obviously a limited capacity, so the concentration within that agri processing plant in Christchurch, I believe, is where we would want to try to funnel people. And as those queries come in, and by all means, if you wish to have persons make contact with us, we would try to put them in touch with BIDC to ensure that they have a way forward if it is truly something they wish to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. James South. Honourable Senior Minister, St. James Central.
I'm very grateful to you, Mr. Chairman. And I have a couple questions for you, Minister, that I think you might wish to share your thoughts on. We obviously are coming out of a pandemic which severely impacted not only this region, but the entire world. One of the lessons that we learned is the ease with which, for want of a better way of putting it, disease can spread and the damage that it can do to us as human beings. It is obviously not limited only to us as human beings, but it is true of all living organisms that there is this particular vulnerability. Floating around right now in the international community are some concerns about two areas of agricultural interest. First of all, the question of bird flu, and secondly, the question of African swine fever. I would wish to hear what the thoughts of the ministry are on this. Obviously, we have a significant poultry production effort here in Barbados, and equally a significant pork production effort. And I would welcome your thoughts and that of your ministry as to what defensive measures or offensive measures might be taken.
Excellent question, Senior Minister. You may recall that we took a presentation at Cabinet about 2 years ago addressing African swine fever. And at the time, we were able to put some systems in place to address it. I think now is the perfect time for Dr. Trotman to update the country on where we are, and at the same time speak to the issue of bird flu. Bird flu, I know people express concerns about its presence in the United States of America, and I have engaged Dr. Trotman on this, but I believe he will be better placed now to update the country on where we are and how we are managing.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Okay, so first of all, you are quite correct. We are facing two very, very serious animal diseases that are threatening the region. I was able to get Cabinet to agree to take on some additional resources to address, in the first instance, African swine fever. We've created a rapid response team, or a surveillance team, trying to get a handle on the pig production systems in the country, what level they were at with respect to biosecurity and farmers protecting themselves against the risk of entry of African swine fever onto their farms. To that effort, we've done a number of PR releases, videos to educate farmers and to educate the public on it. The team goes out to the community, visiting farms, educating farmers, giving them brochures on what measures they should take to protect themselves. At the end of the day, it is up to the farmer to put measures in place to protect their farm from the entry of the viruses, whether it be bird flu or African swine fever. Creating a database on the farmer, on both the poultry industry and the pork industry as to where there are, what risk factors exist with each farm. Are there landing sites nearby? Are the farmers engaging in feeding swill to their pigs? Are there other types? Are there illegal dumps or legal dumps that could harbor scavengers, which could pose a risk to the farms, again, whether it be a poultry farm or a pig farm. Both of these are intensively raised animals, so the methods to keep out viruses to their farms are fairly similar. What we are finding is that there are a number of unregistered people who do not consider themselves farmers. And so therefore do not approach the Ministry of Agriculture, or do not approach us, the veterinary services, for assistance or support because they think they're not a farmer. Because they have a couple of pigs in their backyard, they're not a farmer. And so we are finding the community outreach that we're doing, going from community to community to register and map. We're putting mapping GPS points on each of these farms, so we have a good overview of where they are, not only so that we can identify them, but in the event of an outbreak, we can map it and identify how the disease can possibly spread from there outwards. So it's both for the farmers' protection and for the industry's protection. So these are some of the things that we are doing right now. We have found we have well over 1,500 pig holding areas, which were a lot more than we thought there were countless numbers. I don't have the exact numbers. The poultry industry, obviously, they're such a diverse group of farmers. You have your commercial entities, you have your smallholders, you have your backyard farmers. So they're so diverse, and each of them has to have a tailored approach in terms of what they can do to protect their farms. On the prevention of entry front, we are doing some monitoring of landing sites because the bird flu, or highly pathogenic avian influenza, to use the correct term, this particular outbreak seems to be transmitted through migratory birds, which is a little different from the previous episodes of HPAA that have occurred globally in the past, which makes it a totally different beast to deal with. So we have sentinel sites. We are monitoring sentinel sites where wild birds come into the country. Barbados, as you know, is right in the middle of the Atlantic flyway, birds traveling south in the winter, and they do rest in landing sites in Barbados. And that poses a risk for entry of the disease into the country. So sentinel sites and monitoring those landing sites becomes important. So if we do get birds that are potentially coming in, we can pick that up, making sure that farmers are aware when they're protecting their, putting in biosecurity measures on their farms, that they protect their poultry from the entry of wild birds. We don't want wild birds nesting in the rafters of the poultry houses, because that could very much be a risk factor. And then with respect to the importation of pork and pork products and poultry products, we have had to, as the need arises, put restrictions in place to prevent the entry of the virus, because both viruses, in addition to being transmitted via live animals, can also enter through pork products or poultry products. So fresh, frozen, chilled pork products, fresh, frozen, chilled poultry products, even cured or smoked pork products can transmit the virus as well too. So as the need arises and outbreaks become extended within certain countries, we put restrictions to prevent it from entering through passenger baggage, through commercial entries, while still doing our best to safeguard a certain level of trade. We're trying to take a more surgical approach to this rather than an outright ban on all poultry products or all pork products from every country. And so we've done that quite successfully with countries such as the United States and Canada. We're looking to try and do it with the UK as well, to a more surgical approach, where we can still facilitate some level of trade while making sure that products which are potentially infected with the virus doesn't enter the country. So these are some of the things that we have been doing in the interim to try and safeguard the country from entry of these viruses.
And thank you, but let me just go a little bit further then, because it may be me, and I confess that I am now doing 18-hour days, 7 days a week, so I perhaps do not have enough time to listen to the airwaves and so on and so forth. But are we satisfied that we're doing enough to alert the people in the farming community? And I noted that at one point you indicated that there's some level of expectation that some of the need to guard against this lies with the individual farming effort. But are we doing enough, in your judgment, to alert people to this general concern, first of all, and secondly, to assist those persons who are registered as official farmers and even those who are just trying a thing? Because there are a lot of people who are trying a thing. But if I follow it correctly, all you need to do is to have it within the stock of your birds or the stock of your swine for it to then start to spread almost like wildfire through a small community like Barbados. So are we doing enough, in your judgment, to strengthen the capacity to protect individual farmers? And if so, please tell me a little bit about what exactly you're doing to satisfy yourselves that this is in fact enough.
Okay, I don't think we can ever say that we're doing enough to alert the farmers and to alert the industry about the risk. We're doing what we can. We have, as I said, put out some PSAs on certainly on the African swine fever. As I said before, we are trying to do a lot of community work, going into farms, going into communities. We often find when we target one community and we go into a listed farm, the officers, in addition to discussing with the farmer what they need to do to protect themselves, they usually will ask the question, are there any other people in the neighborhood who have pigs or who have poultry? And that usually cascades into a number of more people who we can identify. I think the best thing that we're doing right now is that one-on-one collaboration, the one-on-one discussion that we're having with the community. We want to do a lot more electronic work in terms of web-based work, in terms of broadcasting information. We're working on that with our IT officer to have a website which will allow us to broadcast a lot more information. We have been working with the Public Affairs Unit in producing interviews and videos and so on. That's kind of lapsed a little bit because of other demands and other interests, but these are also some of the things that we have been doing and will continue to do going forward.
Mr. Chairman, I want to turn the attention of the House to matters now of foreign exchange earnings through this sector. And you might have expected, Minister, that I would come there because that's the oversight remit that I have. And clearly agriculture is part of our productive sector. Now, I begin by congratulating you and your team sincerely because I think this is a transformative period that we are going through. We've already had a question that spoke to this issue of transformation in a very man-on-the-street way, because it's all right for us to sit in this isolated area and talk about how it is transformative, but people out there must feel it. It must be a lived reality. One of the things that I recognize is slowly but certainly taking place, but of which I think your ministry may be guilty of hiding your light under the bushel, is this matter of diversification of agriculture into a zone where we have never really seriously gone in Barbados before. We've had people who keep bees in this country. But if you ask the average Barbadian what is apiculture, they ain't really going to be able to speak sensibly to it for 5 minutes. And the involvement in apiculture and the potential of this place being the home or party to being the regional hub of a honey exchange, again, would be beyond the immediate reach of the average member of the public. I know that your ministry is working on this, and I feel I should give you or invite you to take the opportunity to speak a little bit to this because, again, this is transformative in a very man-on-the-street way and is full of opportunity for small businesses to develop, commercial trade to evolve, and foreign exchange for the country to come from a brand new source in sums that might previously be unimaginable. And I want you, therefore, to elaborate, please, Minister.
Thank you, Senior Minister. The Honey Exchange project is being handled by Export Barbados in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture. We have, though, an apiculture project, where we've been producing honey, and Mr. Brett Taylor is the officer that's responsible for making sure that is developed within the ministry. And equally at the BA DMC as well, farmers coming out of the feed program don't only take land. Some of them are also taking boxes to do apiculture. So there are two areas, but at the end of the day, is one apiculture project that the country is doing. And then the honey exchange is going to be taken care of by export. So I would have loved to have Mark here today, actually, to be able to address the issue of the honey exchange, because I anticipated it coming. But the issue of apiculture, for sure, we are going to be able to give you some details on it. Mr. Taylor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Currently, the apiculture program at the Ministry of Agriculture, name is Brett Taylor, Senior Agricultural Officer at the Ministry of Agriculture. Currently, the apiculture program at the Ministry of Agriculture seeks to provide training to householders, to hobbyists about apiculture. We have trained a number of persons over the last 4 years in apiculture. However, some of those persons have not taken up a lot of the training in that they are not currently utilizing some of the training that we provided. Over the years, we trained approximately 366 persons in apiculture. And of those, we also provided kits to persons. We had about 45 young persons, youth that we trained, that we did training with, and they were provided with complete kits on rain honey. And I'm sorry to say that out of those 45, only 14 are currently active. So there has been a slow uptake in apiculture. There has been challenges to persons who have done it. During that time, as was mentioned previously, we had Hurricane Elsa, we had the ash fall, we had even periods of drought, and then last year we had periods where we had lots of rain, and some of these factors affect the reign of bees and the production of honey. We have, over the years, had a population of about 738 hives in the country, and that is basically from about 81 active beekeepers. So this has been the maximum that we've achieved so far. Going forward, we need to put things in place that we can get more people to be actively involved in it. What I must say is that it is still basically a hobbyist enterprise. Only a few of those 81 beekeepers actually do it full time. And there's one beekeeper who probably has about 200 hives himself. So the rest of the hives are spread across the other 80 or so beekeepers that we have in the island. We have also tried, there are certain factors that we have looked at. The bees that we have here can be aggressive. That is a fact. And we may need then to bring in some foreign bees. We may need to bring in some new queens. So we may need to bring in queens that are not as aggressive and that are high producers here into Barbados, and that would be a factor of how we go about it, based with Dr. Trotman from the vet. So these are some of the things that we have to look at so that we can improve the industry in Barbados. Thank you.
If I could just go into the follow-up to this question, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Minister, would it then mean then that you would be looking to broaden the scope of beekeepers in the island. And you can respond. I notice your head is nodding in the affirmative, but that cannot be communicated to the House. The broaden the scope of beekeepers, first of all, and secondly, would it also mean that this is a business opportunity for persons who are interested in the development of these bees for the purpose of getting the honey? Because if you connect it to a honey exchange, you're then talking about selling and trading honey at commercial volumes. And that can be done even globally, regionally and globally.
Yes, there's an opportunity, definitely, for people to participate. But this is a process that is going to take a little while. And we're going to have to do a joint arrangement between CARICOM in order for us to be able to develop a honey exchange. The truth is that what I've found is that there are people who participate when we make the announcements, but then the pace at which they want to move, some things don't give them that pace. Beekeeping is one, and therefore you will find that they may drop off. Others will come, but they don't stay the course. So this definitely has to be a joint effort between us and CARICOM. And we also need, as Mr. Taylor just mentioned, we need to be able to source bees in order for us to get to the scale that we need to get to. The Chief wants to address the issues associated with it as well, so, Chief.
Thank you. Honourable Member, the bee industry is a new industry, as you rightly said. We are now developing it, and there's an opportunity to diversify. We have seen that some of our CARICOM neighbors are already doing a tremendous amount of work in developing their industry. Namely, we see a large amount of honey from Guyana, and I'm proud to say that it's now on the shelves in Barbados. I've seen it on the supermarket shelves, and that's excellent. So that will definitely feed into our honey exchange. I'm also aware that Grenada had won gold at the World Honey Show some years ago. So they also have a world-renowned honey as well. So this will all contribute to the honey exchange that we're looking to develop. Barbados has been slower in moving towards developing our apiculture industry. And there are some stats that need to be further addressed so that we can develop that. We have been working with the Apiculture Association of Barbados. They have already identified a number of forages, which is the things that the bees need to feed on, the forages that bees like in Barbados, so we have a list of that. But to really start to push forward the apiculture industry, we need to be able to classify which of those are better for pollen, which are better for nectar, because then that allows or informs the farmers who are getting into beekeeping, those who have land, for which types of forages to plant and in what composition. So that can then increase the amount of forage that is available for the bees. Additionally, as Mr. Taylor indicated, there has been some indication that the bees that we have here are not the European type bee. And that has implications as well. The European honeybee would tend to have a hive of about 50 to 60,000 bees. Bees that are more Africanized would tend to be about 10 to 12,000 in a hive. So this also have implications, which we're working with the association. We had some discussions over the weekend on, in fact, in terms of what's the ideal size to start a bee box, because that would impact on how much honey is made in a hive and how quickly the bees start to colonize the hive. But there are also other implications in how often the bees will swarm and how often they will abscond the hive. So there's also some management issues that we can assist the farmers with. Providing that level of technical assistance would allow them then to move faster and be able to get honey a lot sooner than they have been getting it. So it's a new industry that is being developed. There is a tremendous amount of potential for it. We also have to mention the relationship, not only bees for honey, but there's also bees for pollination. So for crops in particular, like flowering crops, cucurbits, so you're talking about cucumbers, watermelons, things like that. You need, for good formation of flower into fruit, you need one bee visit 8 bee visits per flower. So to get the maximum production, we also have an opportunity to provide beehives to farmers to enhance pollination and increase the output of those types of crops. So there's tremendous growth potential for the bee industry, but we have to work with the players in the industry to continue to develop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I feel I should point out my own view that there's no such thing as an aggressive bee. Bees tend to be assertive, perhaps, but I'm not so sure that they're aggressive. But having said that, Mr. Minister, I think, again, I want to congratulate the ministry because the work you're doing has allowed us to come to a point where, for the first time that I could think of in 20 years around this place, that we are having this aspect of agricultural endeavor being discussed in this chamber. And it suggests that we are beginning slowly to break the mold, especially with a view to how we can broaden our productive sector. Another area of equal potential is what is happening at the home agricultural station and your germplasm bank, which I think is also an innovation center. Now, for many years, historically, Barbados was the sugarcane breeding place for the world. This is the place we are the place to whom the world looked when we talked about breeds of sugarcane. It tells us, therefore, that there was a time in history where we could be leading in terms of what you do in the context of seeds and tissues and those hereditary types of considerations in the agricultural sector. My interest in this comes from my interest in international trade and international trade law. There is a trade defense posture which a country should take in an area where it has some proven skills. And we obviously had proven skills in terms of breeding and the study of sugarcane. Now, hereditary and genetic material can be lost through the passage of time, new types of agricultural practices evolve, et cetera, and if you're not careful, you may lose certain skill sets that you previously had in that particular strain. And equally, from a trade offensive posture, in other words, helping a country to sell its goods into other people's markets, you need to work hard on developing your seeds and your tissues, et cetera, and studying how best you can get the best refinement so that you have a product that is as competitive as possible. Now, that is a very technical way of putting it. What I want to invite you to do, Minister, is to indicate the way in which you are approaching the study of your germplasm, or the work that is being done at the germplasm bank at the home, and share with this country and by extent this Parliament, by extension the country, the potential advantages that this allows us to now have in the context of seeking to boost our export potential.
Thank you, Senior Minister. I am going to give you the political response after I've asked the Chief Agriculture Officer, Mr. Michael James and Mr. Wayne Baker, to speak about the project that's going to take place at the Home Agriculture Station. You do recall that at the estimates the Prime Minister set aside $15 million for us to be able to develop a project there that will give us security in terms of our tissue culture, our seed bank, that will also give us an opportunity to be able to assist CARICOM member countries as well. And we are now at the point of design and layout, and therefore I would invite the Chief to speak to it first because she speaks to the technical side of it, and Mr. Michael James as well speaks to the technical side of it, and then I would ask Mr. Baker to speak about it because he's also pretty much involved in the design of the project.
Yes, Honourable member, sorry. As it relates to developing or expanding our tissue culture lab, we have a small tissue culture facility currently at the home. And historically, it was designed mostly to focus on tissue culture for ornamentals. One of the important parts in maintaining the productivity of our crops is ensuring that we have disease-free, pathogen-free planting material. And this is where tissue culture comes in for the types of crops that are reproduced by tissue culture, by cuttings, by stem cuttings, things like that. So we're talking primarily things like our root crops, sweet potatoes, yams, edibles. We're talking about other things that could have diseases, things like papaya that have bunchy top disease. So if there are particular varieties or particular types of breeds, varieties that we do have here, we can clean up that planting material and ensure that what is available to the public, what is available to farmers, they're starting on a clean genetic base. So the intention is to build a much bigger facility that would allow us to provide the volume of planting material that is necessary to really accelerate our agricultural program. So take a product like sweet potato, for example. The minute that you plant sweet potatoes, there are insects out there that are constantly infecting these sweet potatoes and transmitting viruses and things like that, and Michael James will speak more to that. But what happens over time is that you see the vigor and the yield going down, and sometimes when you go to harvest your sweet potatoes, you've got vines at the top and nothing at the bottom. So this is where tissue culture comes in. At least 25% of your slip that you're planting each time should be coming from disease-free planting material. So when we have a facility such as this, we are able then to respond to the farmer's need for clean planting material, things like bananas and plantains as well that also tend to get a lot of diseases, some types of tree crops, and not only in terms of diseases, but in terms of being able to generate more planting material quicker. The Honourable Member for St. Joseph has lamented we don't have enough breadfruits, and we are actually getting a shipment of tissue culture derived plantlets very soon for breadfruits into Barbados. Soon we'll be able to generate that type of planting material, so we'll be able to propagate plants a lot faster and get the quality and the consistency that we're looking for.
Just to follow on from the Chief Agriculture Officer, Minister, I smelled when you said the different types, hereditary, local varieties or local races. Say, for instance, you have the Bajan belly pumpkin, Bajan thyme, which is a bit different than the one that is, for want of a better word, flimsy. You have the Bajan cucumber. You have whole sets of Bonavis. So what this facility is supposed to do is be a repository of these types of plants, seeds, true seed, as in seed, or for instance, like the chief was saying, for the sweet potato and so on. It would allow us also to clean up, as she said, certain varieties of plants. Say, for instance, before we had internal brown spot of yams, and through tissue culture, we were able to get rid of that particular disease. I know you don't really see a lot of yams with internal brown spot. So the thing is to clean up. So is one, a repository, so we can, if, for instance, there's a storm, hurricane, and things go, you don't have to import these things. You would have a repository here. We can also help our neighbors in the OECS and so forth to send them some material. We can also host material that they have. So that is the vision that you have. But the main thing is that you want to have a repository base here in Barbados that you can go out and say, listen, I want some Bajan cucumber, or I want some Bajan thyme, or I never said belly pumpkin before. So that's the sort of thing we want to see happening. So not only are we doing it to replenish and to export the sweet potato, but we're doing it to ensure that we have planting material that we can source if there are dangers or anything happens that, like the storms or hurricanes. Yes? Thank you.
And you also had asked about the Innovation Center as well. The Barbados Innovation Center, the vision for that, and I know we did get a question as to how we are reaching the public and educating them more. And the Innovation Center allows us to have a center. It's first of all a display center, which will be a display of the more modern technologies. Of course, our target audience will be schools and kids, and start to educate them about the types of careers and opportunities in agriculture, the science around agriculture, the practice of agriculture. So it becomes a central part of the development and the educational component, which is a responsibility of the Ministry of Agriculture, and which we want to partner with the Ministry of Education on, and making sure we are starting to bring that world-class and forward-looking future of agriculture to young people and get them enthused and excited, and be able then to diffuse that innovation to them. So the Innovation Center would do that. And then additionally, we're also looking to have a 3D printing laboratory, which would then give them opportunities to use 3D printing in an agricultural setting. And I've seen fantastic 3D printing being done in terms of marketing for agricultural types of materials, things like that. Also, there are some innovative pieces of equipment. Already the Barbados Met Services will print, or has been printing, weather stations using their 3D printer. So we use, and we need to use more weather stations in agriculture as part of our risk management, and being able to collect the kind of data that is critical to the responsiveness of the agricultural sector, because the more weather data that we have, the more we can predict better when we get pest and disease outbreaks, when we get heat index indications for our livestock and need to cool them down, etc. So we want to be able to start to develop through the Innovation Center this kind of exposure, and that would allow us then to start from very early, building out the kind of skill, competence, interest in the sector. And lastly, and which we had displayed at AgriFest, and I hope that you saw it, was our FarmBot, which is the robotic arm, which is demonstrating the use of robotics in agriculture in real time. And this is something that people are able to see up close and personal, as opposed to just watching it on TV and thinking it can't happen here. We are bringing that technology to say, yes, it can happen here, it is happening here, and we want to start to pioneer that for the future.
Unless you want to say something else, Minister, all I would say to you is that, there are those people out there who stoops them out and say, well, just don't do nothing. But I think that this has demonstrated not only the substantial intellectual work at foundational level, and as the Chief Agriculture Officer just pointed out, that too is married to the use of the harnessing of the technology, which in turn is married to the physical effort of doing the actual farming, but all for the purpose of enhancing the commercial value of agriculture in Barbados. It is, again, the first time that we've had this type of conversation about agriculture in this place, as far as I can recall, over the last 20 or so years, and I want to congratulate you and your team.
Thank you, Senior Minister, and I would have to congratulate my team for the support and the effort that they have put in getting us to this point. I must say to you that when I first went to the Ministry of Agriculture, I had to set myself up for all the criticism that I can receive in this country. Because if the one thing that I recognize is that we have hard-working officers, but their work is not being recognized because people spend more time criticizing than actually looking to see what is taking place. This type of presentation in this honorable chamber gives us an opportunity for Barbados to see what is really happening and to hear for themselves the work that is taking place at the ministry to create that transformational environment in agriculture that has been lacking for a very long time. And I did mention that I'm going to give the political side to it. And that basically speaks to a government that shows up every day to work, to deliver for the people of the country, but more importantly, the place where the Innovation Center and the germplasm bank is going is a place that is very familiar to me and has brought me to this chamber.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. James Central. Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A blessed good afternoon to all the distinguished members here. I want to add my congratulatory comments to the Honourable Minister and his dynamic team for the excellent achievements thus far. As a young girl growing up in rural Barbados, our parents worked really very hard in the agricultural belt. And most mornings they will say, go to school and learn. This kind of work is not for you, it is slave work. And I believe that that stigma struck home with most Barbadians. But I want to say how proud I am to hear of the achievements of the ministry and the large numbers of persons, especially young people, who are showing an interest in agriculture to be able to have it as a business enterprise. I also want, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, to indicate my pride and joy to see how the Honourable Minister and his team have drilled down so many areas of the strategic objectives that they have got to be able to bring the measure of success that makes me really feel proud. And of course, I want to add that this is the first time in about 4 decades, almost, that we have really seen the Ministry of Agriculture excel to this level. I know that when the former Honourable Member for St. Joseph, now Sir Richard, would have been in agriculture, we saw strides, and Barbados' economy was growing as a result of what we were able to develop and to trading. And therefore, the minister must be highly commended. A sharp man, but has great potential for what we are seeing now. And sometimes sharp men are not seen to be so dynamic. But the Honourable Minister is with the work he's doing in the Ministry of Agriculture. I cannot speak to anything else. I also want Mr. Chairman to indicate that our young children, indeed, let me speak, because if you're a septuagenarian plus, then you should know what Barbados would have been like, particularly when you were raised in rural Barbados with a large family. Poverty was really in almost every household. And the school which I attended, I call it the Holy Innocents College, we never spent a day without going into the garden and planting garden beds at school. And when it came to home, it was not only planting garden beds though, but it was to tend to the animals, the cow, the sheep, the goat, the pig, the chicken. The only thing you didn't have to pay a lot of attention to was the dog. And therefore, we have drifted away from those practices that help to develop our society, because we've sought to get the free education, which is excellent, but there are still areas in our society and in our development that we must focus on if we are to get our people's mindset changed, to let them see that doing agriculture is an honourable job and that you can make a living out of agriculture. And unless that stigma is removed, it's going to destroy everything else that we're working towards. 4-H movement, a wonderful thing. From my entire childhood, I knew about the 4-H movement. And I saw the success that it has made, and I'm wondering, where are we now with it? And what plans, because I always talk about synergies. What is happening at this present moment in my country? Are there synergies with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Agriculture and Community Development in the way that we expect? Because we need to get our children's mindsets as well towards growing what they eat and eating what they grow. And therefore, we have too many massive facilities called schools compounds that are closed at 3:30 and 4 o'clock, unless they're doing continuing education classes, and very little of that is happening. You can't even access the schools in the way you would like to have simple meetings and educational training for certain components that you would like to see develop in the communities. Our schools have large tracts of land that are shut down at 3 o'clock. Nothing is happening. Every single school in Barbados, Mr. Chairman, should have an agricultural plant associated with it. Because if the children are doing the studies at fourth and fifth form level, then they need to get the practical opportunities. But some parents with their stigmatized minds are saying, not my child is digging up in dirt. But then when I grow my little watermelons, they want me to literally want to give it away. That is so expensive. Go home and buy yours, though. You have put your house on the property, you have land, but you are not growing anything but grass because you want your lawn. Well, go and socialize on your lawn, but when you're eating my watermelon, you have to pay for it if you want to get the benefits. And I believe that having moved away again from the traditional aspect of rural Barbados more so than urban, because urban didn't have enough space to do as much. Every single house in St. Thomas and rural Barbados had at it a flower garden bed at the front with the marigolds that we call stinking missies. Everybody knows them, but I don't know if the young people in here know. But we had marigolds, we had lilies, we had some of everything at the front to keep in front of our house that would have been unpainted, well decorated. But at the back, Mr. Chairman, garden beds, the butter beans, the lettuce, the carrots, you name them, because we had to feed ourselves because there was no other way of poor people getting anything to eat because the money was so limited. And we've moved away a lot of that from our culture. And our children are suffering. Every school should have a competition. Every school, having grown the vegetables, should have a day for sales where parents and guardians and neighbors around the school can come and purchase and help to build up the budget that the school needs, the funds that the school needs, I should say, to be able to make the difference. And so I want to highly commend the team again for AgroFest and the outstanding success that we would have recognized over the last few days. And so I come to the question, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I will speak with you after on your bias. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I live in the heart of Barbados. I am extremely concerned that prime agricultural land is lying fallow and has been for many years, and now the River Tamarind and other trees have taken over. Land that my parents and my foreparents worked in to raise us, to build the houses they have. No, there was no national housing to give them any house. They had to work and earn. And I want to find out what plans that the Ministry of Agriculture and this government has in relation to the Scotland district, but more particularly with this one, with what is happening at plantations such as Sturgis, Bloomsbury, Springvale, Vaucluse, Endeavour, King Garden, Highland, 40-acre Dings Village, Rugby, Farmers, Barrows Gully, Canefield, to name a few. It is all trees, trees, trees that you can't get anything from to eat. Those were areas where we had sugarcane or vegetables and fruit trees where we did not have a shortage of grapefruits and breadfruits and all that. I want to find out what this government intends to do if they're going to lease some of that land to ordinary folk who want to do agriculture, like the situation is, sir, in your constituency, where you have the land lease projects going and people are now getting a viable development to be able to raise funds and do what they have to do as a result of their engagement. I believe the Honourable Minister may want to give me some idea as to what is happening, because except for the grass and the trees growing, I've got monkeys.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I am pleased to hear your passion. We are definitely going to make sure we do all that we can to address the issues that you raised. But I'll let the Chief Agriculture Officer speak to the issue with the schools and then, of course, with the plantations that you mentioned, so that we can get a clear understanding of what is going on with regard to those plantations.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The 4-H movement is an integral part of the agricultural landscape, especially as we were just having a conversation related to developing the minds of youth. And in fact, the 4-H movement has proven itself to be one of the most important movements, or probably the biggest movement in terms of youth development, and especially helping positive development within youth is an opportunity to bring at-risk youth back into the mainstream, because working with plants and that reconnection to nature is very important in terms of developing the minds of young people, engaging them and giving them a sense of worth, of self-esteem. All of those things happen when we connect with the land, and that is one of the social aspects of agriculture, which sometimes we don't give enough of the conversation to as we talk about food security, but it's a critical part of our development as a people. And it certainly is an important part of the Ministry of Agriculture and the work that we are doing. So in that regard, we have been in discussions with the 4-H movement on how we can help to revitalize the movement, how we can expand the movement and see the kind of vibrancy that it had in the 80s and 90s, etc. And part and parcel of that is also tying the 4-H movement, or encouraging the 4-H movement to be a partner in the Barbados Innovation Center. Another partner in the Barbados Innovation Center is the the Institute for Cooperation in Agriculture, ICA. And this institute also has with it a component. Actually, today was the closing ceremony for their youth farm program. And they hold that every year, again, in conjunction with the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Agriculture. And ICA has been doing this youth summer program and this youth farm program to help, again, engage youth in agriculture. So one of the things that the ministry is looking to do is to bring together the synergies of the 4-H movement, IICA. We are already partners with our Ministry of Education and looking to see how we can use that to create even more momentum as it relates to agriculture and having the youth more engaged in agriculture. Additionally, as it relates to community gardening and getting more of gardening type activities going. This is where the CARE program is not just in terms of giving out resources, but we are looking to develop a Master Gardener program, again in conjunction with ICA, and that development is then going to, you would have support in terms of having a Master Gardener in every constituency and eventually in every community that can provide that kind of gardening support to help have that community engagement, because the difference is that we are not the agrarian society that we were in 1970. So you do need to offer more technical support at the gardening level to communities to be able to get them to continue in the work that they're doing, and that service can be provided. Additionally, government also supports the 4-H Foundation through our annual subvention, which we have always provided annually, and that's about $200,000 each year. So we do provide that that financial support to the 4-H movement. So this is part of it as well. And in answering the question as it relates to prime agricultural land laying fallow, and particularly in St. Thomas, I have noticed many of these plantations are no longer in production. We are aware that these plantations are all privately owned. And one of the initiatives of the BADMC, given that we were constrained in terms of having enough land for feed farmers, we've actually started to reach out to private landowners to discuss how we could, as the government through the BADMC, lease those lands and then offer a sublease to farmers. And this would then create that opportunity to get those lands in production again and increase that productive capacity of the nation. So that work has already started, and we have engaged with a number of private plantations that are either out of production currently or maybe thinking about going out of production. So we don't want to see those lands idle with the River Tamarind. So that is part of the initiative to ensure that we are getting as much of the land back into production as possible.
My second question or comment, sir, is related to the aquaponics project at Hopewell. It is one of the most unique projects I've ever seen, because I don't have an interest particularly in agriculture. And I am trying to find out from this team of distinguished professionals in agriculture to indicate what plans there could be for our various communities to be able to participate in such. The rain falls in St. Thomas every day. So there's water. Even though we may not be able to hold the water, it goes to the whole town and other places and floods their areas. However, I would wish to know what could be incorporated from that project, which the Honourable Minister and I would have visited about 2 years ago, and we saw how valuable it is. They're growing the fish and all that, and then their lettuce and all that on top of the water. And it looks to me like a low-cost way to develop it for the beginning, but it can have long-term dividends. And I would like to know if there are any connections that the ministry has in mind to be able to engage other persons. We must not assume that young people do not want to get in agriculture. If they get the exposure and the training, as we are seeing happening in other projects in the ministry, I believe that this will be one that will be attracted to them, because it doesn't seem like a great lot of work that they will have to do. But I'm only speaking out of the level of ignorance where that is concerned. I'm not so sure if the Honourable Minister or any of his team members can tell us anything about that. And then I have one other short question to make up my three.
Yes, Honourable Member, the aquaculture is, again, one of the areas that the Ministry of Agriculture is looking to diversify the agricultural portfolio with. And in that regard, we have been looking at building up capacity. We have started, again, through the BADMC. We have been looking, as Mr. Innes would have indicated from BADMC, at fish farming on a larger scale, but we are recently have been looking at the smaller scale type aquaculture type projects. Again, at the ministry's tent at AgriFest, we would have been collaborating with ICA and would have demonstrated Senator Chelston Braffett Green Machine. And we are also aware of at least 2 other young persons who are developing aquaponic systems here in Barbados. And they're also interested in expanding in terms of the production of such systems to make them available to other persons who are interested in a smaller footprint type of aquaculture. We did get a lot of interest at AgriFest. We also had an aquaculture display through the BADMC, and we are seeing quite a lot of interest in that regard. So we are trying to do 2 things. One, to look at the large-scale opportunities for aquaculture, but also to build out our capacity within the ministry and the BADMC to be able to provide the technical support for aquaponics and aquaculture, and also to develop or to work with those persons who are already in the private sector doing these things on a small scale, and see how we can assist them to ramp up to offer more of these services, these types of systems ready built to go to persons who are interested. So this is part of the work that we want to do to be able to expand that opportunity, develop this side of agriculture, fish farming on land. We do know that we have our normal fisheries, but there is this growing interest, and particularly the opportunity for shrimp. Farming is a tremendous opportunity in terms of reducing our food import bill. Likewise, for fish is one of the larger areas on the food import bill that we can tackle by doing some of these things here in Barbados. So it's a new area, but we are working to develop it, and eventually we would have that critical momentum that is needed to really see a significant dent in our food import bill as it relates to fish.
And my final query, sir. I want to publicly laud the efforts of 2 distinguished gentlemen whom I hear every Thursday morning once I'm anywhere near CBC, Messrs. Gibbs and Gill. And I think that the efforts that they are making to educate Barbadians about growing plants and how to treat to them must be highly commended, but it is too limited because the calling program goes on and on and on with those two gentlemen answering all kinds of questions, simple things that regular persons want to hear they don't know about. And I believe that if we continue with the educational fora, not necessarily only on a Thursday morning with those, perhaps they're both retired gentlemen, but of course with the ministry itself with its own program, I believe that we can do better from the point of view that here I am living in the heart of Barbados, and I had the privilege sometime in 2018-19 to speak with a Professor O'Gara at the University of the West Indies about the entrepreneurial project at Duke's Plantation, where Mr. Edgell would have donated a 30-acre lot of land at that time. And that would have been done when there was another administration. So you're talking almost 10 years ago.
Honourable member, for the sake of the chair, get to the question.
Well, I had to give the background, but very well, sir. And thank you for giving me the different treatment. But that is fine. No disrespect meant. I thank you for reminding me. I just want to say then, I want the Honourable member and his team to tell us about that 30-acre novel project going on now under the Chinese at Duke's Plantation, because nobody in St. Thomas knows anything about it except you're seeing it going up. The gentlemen are working, the road is all dug up, but we have absolutely no knowledge except the little bit I have in my head. Thank you, sir, for your patience.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Well, first of all, the donation of 30 acres of land was simply that, just a donation. The land still had to be conveyed in order for the university to be able to use the land, and the last administration did nothing about getting it conveyed to the University of the West Indies. So yes, the good intention was to donate the 30 acres of land so they can have the project going. But an institution like the University of the West Indies will not go and put a project on land that is not conveyed to them. And so former Minister of Education, now DPM, and Minister at MTW, and I worked on that project to make sure we can get the conveyancing done. This is a project within the University of the West Indies and is anchored at the Ministry of Education. And therefore, we were able to deliver on our promise to get the land conveyed to the University of the West Indies so that they can move ahead with that project. Frankly, it was a fairly big source of embarrassment to note that the Chinese were pushing and pushing to get that project going, and they did not do anything about the conveyancing so that the project could have forged ahead. We have settled all that now, and the project is moving ahead. And really and truly, I do agree with the member that she should know more about what is happening, but I don't think it is too late because we've only just completed all of the conveyancing and stuff to get the project started. And I would strongly suggest then that she gets a site visit and all the updates with reference to the project be given to her so that she and her constituents will know what's going on.
Thank you. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I beg to move that you do not report progress to His Honour the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 4:45 p.m.
The question is that this honourable chairman be suspended until 4:45 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chairman stands suspended until 4:45 p.m. This sitting is resumed. Standing Finance Committee continues.
This House is in Standing Finance Committee. Honourable Member for St. Michael East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am of the view that there's no shortage of land for agriculture. We have a lot of land all over Barbados, belong to CLICO, or was CLICO's land. What is the government's position in relation to the use of that land? I believe that if there is so desperate a need to counter the probabilities of food insecurity, I use that deliberately rather than just food security, food insecurity. Why would we have all of that land available and we're not moving expeditiously to have that land fully in the right agency so that we can put that land to some useful purpose to save our people from starvation? Because if we are saying that the ramifications are extremely high, if at any time the crisis escalates in Europe between the Ukraine and Russia, and we really believe that premise to be correct, why would we allow the lands to remain in the hands of whoever the lands are in? I want to propose, sir, that we begin to be very clear on, since we are trying to put land in the hands of the landless, I feel that we should be discussing the concept of lending land to the landless for a specific period in response to the pending crisis coming out of what is happening in Europe. So I just want to know, what is the government's position in relation, not to leasehold land policies, or not to selling land, but the landless people are the people who seem to be more interested in working in agriculture. What is the government's position in relation to lending land? I just want to say, look, there is nothing novel about it. It's a policy that led the United States of America out of the Great Depression under Roosevelt. And that policy took the United States of America to a position where they had surplus by the end of the Depression. And the surplus took them to a point where they began to discuss things like food preservation, things of that nature. So while there was a shortage of food, and probably you would ask why they use words like starvation, people died from starvation in the Depression. We don't wait till something happens and then find ourselves in a position where we're saying, but we were discussing it and we never did it. So I would love to know if at any time in the last few years, if you've been considering lending land to the landless in this country.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Two things that I need to clarify. One, CLICO lands. People are of the impression that CLICO lands are lands that fall under the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security, and they don't. The CLICO lands, however, that we have access to, we have in production, both in sugarcane production and crops. People are doing things like vegetables, cucumbers, cabbage, beets, a whole range of crops are being planted at Wakefield. The BAMC has some of the best sugar canes in Barbados at Wakefield and Honourable. I would allow the CEO to speak to it, and I would also allow the CEO acting at BADMC to speak to what is taking place at Wakefield with the farmers that we have placed there under Project Phoenix, which is a project that was developed for the Honourable Member of St. John. So Orlando and then Mr. Innes.
Thank you, Minister. Chairman. Over the last 3 years, we have been leasing the lands, some of the Clico lands from Res Life. We took possession of Wakefield actually in 2019, and that became the base for us to build out clean planting material for the industry. You would probably have heard the term ratoon stunting disease. You would have heard the term ratoon stunting disease, and the Clico lands, because of the rainfall, has been the base for which we've built up clean planting material that has allowed us now, at this juncture in BMC, to have our clean planting material. About 1.5 years ago, we took possession of all of Honourable. That now is fully planted. We are reaping half of that from cane this year. And we've also, in collaboration with Res Life, we've taken possession of 70 acres at Clifton Hall. And as we speak, we are cultivating at least 70 or 80 acres at Lemon Arbor. Part of the program at Wakefield was assigning, I think, 27 acres to a program. Can't remember the name, that was started by the Honourable Member for St. John in collaboration with the FEED program, Project Phoenix. All of that land has been allocated. We've supported that project with cultivation, and I believe Mr. Innes would then be better able to speak to the production that has gone on up there. So I assure you, member, that the Clico lands are the ones that we have possession of are in active production. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Member. In relation to our operations at Wakefield, Project Phoenix is currently 27 acres of that plantation, 28 persons who are operating there. The approach, similar model to our other feed districts, we actually have water tanks and bases established so that persons have access to water, and similar to what we're doing at Mount Poyer, we're having water delivered to that area. In terms of production over time, the area, though small, there have been quite a number of persons who have been quite productive, ranging from beans, cassava, cucumber, pumpkin, sweet potato, sweet peppers. And I think over the course of 2022, we estimate that their production could have been in excess of 200,000. That's a forecast, it's not actual numbers, but based on what they would have been planting, with some reasonable results, the persons in that area would have been able to generate some incomes. I think the other point to be made, though, given that area in terms of its previous use for sugar and I guess the level of activities there has been quite a bit of challenge in terms of weed control, and we have been working with the farmers in that area to try to assist them in controlling those challenges over the last month. Whilst we had the heavy rains all through St. John actually gets rain almost every day, similar to St. Thomas. But whilst they've been having those heavier rains through the end of 2022, there were a few plots that the farmers lost control over, but they were able to, over the last month or so, we've been able to go in, do some work to actually control the weeds. And also, too, we've been looking at, because of the heavy equipment coming in, they have been having some challenges on the roads as well. So looking at trying to put some material down to make some of the areas more accessible. But that's ongoing work, and it's part of the support that we have been providing to that area. But as Orlando highlighted, the lands are in use, and we are using the same active engagement to ensure that persons are able to continue their enterprise. Thank you.
think I got one more question to answer. Yeah, well, I'm told I'm allowed 3 questions, but the other one is kind of compliment to what I've been saying for the entire day. Look, the trajectory has to be transformative. I believe that what I've heard today, it tells me that the Ministry of Agriculture is on the right track. But it needs to be clear to the general public of Barbados, the people. I focus a lot on the people and how people feel about whatever you're doing. So as much as we might feel good about ourselves in the ministry, the message must be very clear that this is transformative and this is for the betterment of the people and improving the quality of life of our people. It doesn't have to come in social legislation. Last year, the honorable member who just spoke from St. James, he brought a transformative piece of legislation. And I'm not just talking about legislation, it could be policy, the projects, the programs, whatever. He brought a transformative piece of legislation to Parliament, decriminalizing vending. And it has given a lot of comfort and hope to the vending community. We still continue to debate on that piece of legislation because people are now talking about creating spaces and obviously everybody has to use the washroom, so to speak, and water and all of that. And we're now discussing all of that. So we have not seen all the physical results of the transformation itself, but we have had as yet, but he started the revolution. And as we talk about agriculture being one of the oldest industries, obviously, of mankind, starting around the River Nile. But we also spoke about other industries being part of that early survival as well. Vending was one and agriculture was one. Now, we have had legislation dealing with child labor. We've had legislation dealing with tenantry freehold purchasing act. The general public can understand clearly what the ministries that are responsible for executing the tenets that came out of that, those pieces of legislation mean. Now, while we might not be talking about changing legislation here, I believe that we should be very clear in our message that what we are trying to do is to transform the society. It has never been a society of equality. Remember the word, you tell me that, what? Homogeneous?
Honourable member, you have
homogeneous.
Your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Please wrap up.
Right. We're going home soon. Homogeneous it was never a homogeneous society. And so we have wrongs to correct. We have wrongs to correct. Any government that comes into Parliament, there are wrongs to correct. And I hope that the ministry is very clear. Or if you want me to put it in the question, tell me what do you see manifesting in your ideas and forms of action that you consider to be transformative. And I think that the chair would want me to say that at the end.
Well, thank you, Honourable Member. I believe if I was supposed to strike at the core of what you alluded to in your preamble and then your question, I would invite you to understand what it means for Barbados to be able to pass sanitary and phytosanitary legislation to give us a chance to do that which we were not able to do for decades, and that is to export agricultural produce. Now, that in itself allows for Barbados to earn foreign exchange rather than spend foreign exchange. It allows for poor people who are involved in the fishing industry, people who have boats, people who are involved in fish vending as well, to be able to participate and have an opportunity as well to sell by way of export. And it allows also for us in our accelerated growth plan to be able to export sweet potatoes to the UK. So that if you have space on a ship that is leaving these shores empty because we haven't been able, one, to put legislation in place to allow for Barbadians to participate in exporting, and two, we haven't done the germplasm and the tissue culture propagation to be able to give us the clean plant material. Farmers right across Barbados, and I have to say to this chamber, everything that is transformative isn't by way of legislation. Let's get that clear. So that farmers right across Barbados have been coming to the Ministry of Agriculture and asking for clean planting material. They themselves don't produce it, so we have to produce it for them. If we are moving to a facility at the home agriculture station that is going to give us clean planting material because the farmers themselves don't produce it, then obviously that also is transformative. If we are going to move to a stage where one man in the industry said he waited for 50 years for a piece of legislation that we delivered called Prix de Larceny, or Protection of Agricultural Products. 50 years. If you're telling me that we have reached a point in this country where for the first time in agriculture, people are able to come to the Ministry of Agriculture, sign up for a program, get training, get free inputs, get land at $300 an acre, get the land prepared, get the produce, all the inputs, the seedlings and everything to start them up, without them having to find a cent and then produce the water tanks for them to have water, and ask the BWA to drive around every day with water tankers to give them water so that they can get a startup. But this is what we've been talking about when we talk about giving a man a leg up. The new water rates. Farmers were paying a commercial rate of $7.66 per cubic meter. They're now paying $1.80. That also is transformative. And I can go on and on and on with a number of other initiatives that we've done in the ministry to show, including Project CARE, where Project CARE is chaired by the Honourable Member for St. Michael East. And I know that he's now doing what is called, what you call the machine again? The green machine, which is going to allow for us to be able to mobilize right across Barbados to start 300 of those machines to allow people to do fresh water fish plus grow crops in a system called aquaculture. That we are also going to be doing in the schools as well. And then all of us know that with the support, first of all, of Massey, we were able to supply people with kitchen gardens and small communities with startup kits. For a hose, you don't need nothing big to do a community farm. So we were able to give them that at no cost to them and prepare the land for them, provide training for them as well. And then with the assistance of Gales Hatchery, we were able to take people who weren't working and give them 20 and 30 chickens to say, look, you're not working, but in 6 weeks' time, you're going to have a bounty. That's the work we have been doing. And that should reach people, Honourable Member, I'm sure you do agree, that will reach people that you and I care about, that all of us in this chamber were elected to care about.
I want to thank the Honourable Minister for responding, I would say in a very spontaneous manner. Obviously, he internalized his work, and I believe it's a reflection of the collective body of staff of the Ministry of Agriculture. I really want to thank you. At least I don't believe that I have wasted my time in here today, especially being in the presence of all members of the staff of this great ministry called the Ministry of Agriculture under your leadership, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Michael East. Honourable Member for the City of Bridgetown.
Thank you very much, and Chairman, to get this opportunity to answer my 10 questions on this particular head, many of which have been touched on, so I just answer about 3, sir. I want to start, I really want to start on the behalf of the City of Bridgetown to thank the ministry in particular for those many, many persons who've been able to benefit from the CARE program, to benefit from the FEED program, and benefit from the facilitation of this ministry. I join in this chorus not as just a choir member, but as an active participant in agriculture for the better part of 25 years. And Mr. Minister, I believe you were born a bit too late, because I cannot imagine where I would be and many young, vulnerable, young people in Barbados would be today if we had a minister like you and a ministry like this 25 years ago. I struggled day in, day out, month in, month out, year in, year out, to get the type of energy and facilitation like what I am seeing today out of this ministry. So I want to join many, many of my colleagues on a more sincere note to commend this ministry that I had many reasons in another place to have a lot to say about, but today I can sit genuinely and comfortably in my seat with my head straight up and my heart beaming with pride to say congratulations to the Ministry of Agriculture. The first question I want to ask, though, is about the whole idea of this food security. We were able to touch on it partially through a number of questions, but I want you to bring it home in a concise fashion to every Barbadian listening today that understands that the only certainty in the world now is uncertainty. We have issues with Russia and Ukraine, China, Taiwan, not to mention the unknown, which is most fearful for me because you know what you got, but you don't know what's coming. So when we talk about food security, I want to know the type of plans that we have for the short term, for emergency food security, in the event that something occurs, and long term. The strategic plan of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Nutrition and Food Security that can assure all Barbadians that they can go to sleep tonight, and sleep a little bit more comfortably knowing that in the event that something occurs major across the world, and the ships and the planes may not be able to land here for X amount of time, that we will be able to feed ourselves until help arises. That, Mr. Chairman, is my first question.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Barbados is a small island and we have limited resources. We can't approach food sovereignty the way that a big country that has all its resources can approach it. So when we look at our food import bill, for example, we see that about 50% of the food import bill is actually processed goods. About 25% to 30% of the food import bill is actually agricultural products, and the remaining 20% are beverages. So, including alcoholic beverages, that is. And I know some of you would argue that that's important for food security as well. So the thing about it is that we have to take a threefold approach to our food security strategy. And the first part of it is that we have to maximize whatever it is that we can do locally. And that is the agricultural portion of the food import bill. And specifically, that's where our CARICOM 25 by 2025 comes in. I would have already highlighted the top 12 crops, but there are a total of 19 items that we want to go after that we can do here. Added to those top 12 short crops, we also want to focus on boosting our milk production, maximizing our pork production, our lamb production, maximizing farm fish, hence all of the work on aquaculture, as well as shrimp, and also maximizing on bananas, on plantains, and maximizing on maximizing, I said milk already, so I think we've covered all. So that's the first thing. And that means the approach that we're taking, which is to tackle food security at the household level with the CARE program, tackle it at the national level with farming with the feed program, and our accelerated growth program, which looks to help experienced farmers to be able to accelerate and maximize the production in Barbados. Then our next focus for our food security is expanding our reach into Guyana and Suriname, and also our relationship which we're building with Roraima. That gives us an opportunity to have access to the items that will complement our local food production here, and we can grow now to start to tackle some of those agro-processed products which we don't have the volume or the capacity to be able to do price competitively here. So that's the second cog in the wheel. And then the third cog in the wheel that we need to look at is our import diversification. So likewise, for the products that we can't do in Barbados, in our CARICOM territories, in Guyana, then we need to diversify and ensure that we have a system that if one source of our food supply, which we can't get regionally, has been shut down, such as Miami, what are our options? Do we diversify to ensure that product is coming through the port of Panama? Do we diversify to ensure that they're coming from Roraima? Do we diversify to our partners, our African partners, which we haven't spoken about, Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, where we are building relationships. So we are strengthening those South-South cooperation and those relationships to ensure that we are diversifying our food supply in so much that we are touching on all aspects of our food security. So this type of approach creates the robustness that is needed for Barbadians to ensure that regardless of what's happening in the world, we don't put all of our eggs in one basket. We build as much dependency as we can here first. Then we build it out next to partners who we know have our back and have the relationship and have the same kind of values to ensure that product will still flow to Barbados and is in a short distance as well, because we know the issues now with shipping and logistics. So that regional food trade that we're talking about, regional transportation is also part of that, getting food to Barbados faster and more reliably than we have been getting it in the past. And then finally, as I said, for those products which we can't produce in our region, we want to do that import diversification.
All right, thank you very much. By way of follow-up, Chair, many people in Barbados may not know that you all have the responsibility for emergency response for food, for hurricanes, etc. When they go beyond the talk and they go to the figures and the estimates, I see about $25,000 there in relation to hurricane preparedness and emergency, another $10,000 to do expansion. And I figure once something happens, we may have to boost that up. But I believe as a Boy Scout in being prepared. So I want to know how we are prepared to handle the more emergency next day response to a national emergency or calamity.
Yes, the Ministry of Agriculture has the responsibility under the Food and General Supplies Committee to ensure that if we have a disaster, that there is sufficient food on island for Barbados. And this is a partnership between the ministry and the private sector. So we do have partnerships with the major distributors, and certainly coming on to the hurricane season, we ensure that there is a minimum of 2 to 3 months supply of dried foods in Barbados. So the next cog in that wheel that we are now building out, which comes into where we have the food terminal, is that we also are ensuring that we're going to have a several months supply of fresh produce as well. So with the food terminal coming on stream, it means that we have access now to not just dried goods, but to that fresh produce. So this is a second tier that we're adding to the Food and General Supplies Committee, which has worked tremendously. We saw during the Hurricane Elsa, when we had to respond, we did have the capacity on island. There was no significant interruption in our dried goods, but we do have vulnerability in our fresh produce. Now, over the period, we also have the focus in terms of the Scotland district and the concern of making sure that we have enough product in the Scotland district, because accessibility to roads could be one of the things that is impacted if there is a hurricane. So to ensure that there's enough food supply in the Scotland district, Soil Conservation also has product on consignment available to ensure that even if the Scotland district was cut off, there's also food provided there. Now, we have put provisions in the estimates to ensure that the ministry has the capacity to move very quickly to purchase goods, particularly in that vulnerable period, which is the first 3 weeks after an event, to immediately have access to those resources as part of the memorandum of understanding that we have with the major buyers, suppliers in Barbados. We have that system in place that would ensure that those products are available very quickly. We have the funds and the financing to be able to move to do so, to supply the most vulnerable or those persons who would be at risk after a natural disaster event such as a hurricane. So putting that financial portion in the estimates is an important part of our work to service that. And as I said, part of that as well is also the import diversification. So also talking to those distributors to ensure that they have a diversified supply, that regardless of what happens, because it's not only if a hurricane happens here, a disaster, but if it happens elsewhere, which we're getting our food from. So that touches on all aspects of it. And that's the kind of risk management approach that we want to take to ensure that regardless of the type of disaster in the hurricane season, we have food for our people.
I can't speak for all Barbadians, but I could tell you I could sleep probably a little bit better knowing that we have these different diverse plans to ensure that we can have something to eat. We don't have to eat each other. The next question really goes to the incentives and the rebates. This is something that we haven't spoken a lot about today, but I know this is one of the bugbears of farmers over the years. There was a particular program that was supposed to support farmers, supporting young farmers with a stipend to seasoned farmers, supporting young farmers. I'm not surprised at the look I get because I don't think it's anything that ever got off the ground. I believe with the feed program that I can probably be satisfied that it is in a different dispensation now that is being done. But I want you to speak to farmers listening that may have concerns over the rebate and incentive program.
Yes, thank you. We have, I would think, quite a robust set of rebates and incentives that we offer to farmers. And it covers a myriad of areas. It covers new crop technologies, climate smart type technologies, from rebates on irrigation, mulch, rebates on pesticide application. We also have a huge amount of duty-free concessions, and I believe that they amount to more than $8 million. I've just seen that figure just yesterday, about $8 million in duty-free concessions we provide to the farming community on an annual basis. And this is duty-free concessions on all types of inputs, fertilizers, any type of equipment that is coming in that is related to farming. We have quite a robust regimen, and in fact, just yesterday as part of a program to review it, we were discussing that given that how agriculture is changing, we're going to need to update that list of products that we are offering concessions on, because there are new types of equipment that would not have been on the list previously. As it relates to rebates for, say, even milking parlors, things like that, there's a significant amount of rebates that we offer to farmers. I think one of the issues that we see is that not enough farmers come to the ministry and register and participate to have access in that rebate system. And that's an area where there needs to be a greater uptake and engagement with the farming community and expose persons to what is offered to them. So this is an area that can also help to create that kind of support, especially for farmers starting out. I do remember when I was a farmer, I did take part very much in those rebates, and it did make a difference to my bottom line, getting those rebates, particularly on a timely service, on a timely basis. So there is I think, a very robust set of rebates that we have. We would like to see more farmers taking them up. We are obviously examining each year what are the other things that we can offer farmers, and particularly for the adoption of new technologies. That would be an area that we would want to stimulate persons to take up more of the new technologies by offering them the rebates. The irrigation rebate is actually a fantastic example of a climate smart agricultural solution that almost every farmer in Barbados uses because of that rebate system. So we have had significant successes in the program. We have seen the adoption of good technologies, and we are and want to respond to farmers' need to use more technology by looking at the rebates and updating them on an annual basis. So there is, I think the rebate system is very robust, but as I said, I think where there needs to be more activity is have more farmers be exposed and come in and take up the rebates that are available.
Okay, and finally, Chair, we've heard a bit about the Black Belly Sheep program, the project. Again, this is something I want to commend the ministry on. Growing up, I would hear about the aloe vera, I would hear about the Sea Island cotton, and its connection to Barbados, and of course, the Black Belly Sheep. I've heard about the troubles of the past. I've heard a lot today about what we are doing in the present. So my question to cap it all off, what are the plans for the future development and expansion of that said Black Belly Sheep program?
Honourable Member, I would invite Dr. McLean to speak to it, but he did speak to it this morning. But yes, there's no harm in getting him to repeat what is being done so that those who didn't hear earlier can hear now.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Going forward, what we want to do is to ensure that we don't have just a country where people keep sheep, but that we have a black belly sheep industry. And this industry, it would mean that you have farmers who are operating at a level where they're carrying out a viable activity. In other words, right now, we only have a few farmers who can say that they can make a living from sheep farming. What we want to say is that we have an industry where you have people who can be full-time sheep farmers. And in order to do so, we need to ensure, first of all, that we have the correct breeding stock, that we have a program which allows for a rapid expansion program, as I explained this morning. And this would involve, actually, it's like a model similar to what you have in the poultry industry, where you have people who can be contracted to breed sheep. The ewes are returned to the ministry, and these will be then distributed to other farmers, and you build out the industry in that way. Now, there are a number of things which you have to provide for the farmers if you're going to do this. One of the things that we have done is that we've built a modern sheep pen to show farmers what you should really be focusing on. Because we want to prevent farmers' sheep from being destroyed by dogs. If you have the correct kind of facility, then you rule out that possibility, or you reduce it considerably. Also, to reduce the chances of prairie larceny. Now, if a farmer just keeps the sheep out there in the pasture and, bring it in the evening and give it a bucket of water and some mash, there's no way that you can develop a viable industry in that way. So we're focusing on an intensive and semi-intensive kind of farming, where farmers would, the sheep would be primarily kept indoors, they would have access to hay and water continuously with the supplementary feeds, so that a farmer can now have move a lamb from birth to slaughter in 7 months rather than over a year. Part of the program also is to have a feedlot arrangement. And the feedlot would involve, instead of a farmer now trying to raise a lamb from birth to the point where it can be slaughtered, the farmer would sell the lamb on weaning to the feedlot. The feedlot is then able to rear that lamb now to a stage where you can get a good yield in terms of the meat production in a shorter period. So the farmer can then concentrate on producing lambs, because at the time when that lamb is weaned, the most feed that it would have had, it would have fed mainly on milk from his mother, right? Along with a little creep feed. So the farmer's expense in raising a lamb from birth to weaning is going to be minimal, okay? He sells that lamb to the feedlot. The feedlot now rears it to the point where it can be slaughtered. So that farmer now concentrates on increasing his ewe population and turning out lambs for the feedlot. So these are some of the issues that some of the strategies that we are employing. In addition, as I explained this morning, regardless of what the commercial feed price be, is going to be a little exorbitant for the average farmer. So therefore, we are looking at to see, in fact, now we have embarked on a program of developing feed from local resources, readily available local resources. And there's a lot of agricultural waste that can be turned into animal feed, right? So we have an industry now where people are making cassava flour, making products from sweet potato, etc. And the skins are thrown away. So what we're doing now is we're taking those peels and processing them, combining them with other things like lucina or river tamarind, mulberry to a lesser extent. So, and we have molasses that's always available. So we can use local inputs. Even cassava leaves and sweet potato slip, these are things which are good, are very nutritious for the animals. So what we are going to be doing is to demonstrate to the farmers that these things can be used. Show them the formulations for the feeds. Assist them with getting equipment, either as individuals or as a group, so that they can produce feed to supplement the feeding rather than relying solely on the commercial feed. So these are the things, some of the things that we are looking at going forward in order to develop a sound, viable black belly sheep industry.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to close where I started by commending the ministry, again, on behalf of my constituents and Barbadians. For those constituents who continue to have issues, I plan to continue to work with the ministry, and I pray that the ministry will continue to work with me. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know the hour is late, and I'm going to be very quick in terms of my questions to the Honourable Minister and his team. Like all others, I too would want to just register my commendation to the ministry for the efforts being made. I certainly sat on the other side for a number of years, and there was much said about agriculture, much about what we needed to do to restructure, to revitalize the industry. But there was not a lot done in terms of being able to mobilize a country around the importance of food security and certainly other technologies that were available to them in the relation to agriculture. As Minister of Education, not so long ago, I know that I worked very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture to look at agricultural education. Grateful for that exercise because, as was mentioned earlier, there was a focus on the HOPE and the Juke project, which has the potential to be able to transform the agricultural sector as we know it. That task force that was created was led by Dr. Charleston Brathwaite, comprised of the various stakeholders in education and agriculture, as well as the farmers. And one of the things that came out of that was that we needed to have greater emphasis on agricultural education in terms of our training. So while I know that the ministry has been focused on training persons within, I do feel that we cannot allow the contents of that report to go by the wayside. I think we have to pay attention to those two projects, the HOPE and the Juke project, and the potential that exists for us to really accelerate the agricultural sector. So my question really to you at this point is whether the ministry is fit for purpose. Are we attracting the types of skill sets that are necessary for all of the new technologies that you've identified here for all of today? Are we in a position to capitalize on getting the equipment that is necessary to be able to stimulate the interest from Barbadians across the island? And are we re-examining and restructuring the ministry to ensure that the training is not just being done within, but that we can, in a sense, accelerate and ramp up the amount of training that is necessary to get the general public to buy into what it is that the ministry is attempting to do?
Member, thank you for that question. Incidentally, we actually had a meeting scheduled today with Professor Clive Landis, which we had to postpone from the University of the West Indies, to actually speak about building on the synergies and moving forward with the work and the proposal that Dr. Brathwaite had put forward as part of the Agri-Educational Task Force. Agricultural education has to be done with all of the players, the same way that we are looking to move agriculture forward on the practical end with all of the agricultural players. We call on our partners, ICA, FAO, UNDP, CARDI, are all partners in developing the agricultural sector, and especially the farmers. We rely on them to provide us with guidance with what it is that they need. Likewise, for agricultural education and developing the youth for tomorrow, similarly, the new jobs that are going to be created, the new farmers that are going to be created, the partnership that is needed. We require the same partnership with the farmers, with the Ministry of Education, with the new School of Agriculture at the HOPE, and also with the UE Food Security, well, the UE Jukes project. So we are a small island with limited resources. We need to be able to maximize on those resources to ensure that we are delivering the best possible agricultural education to our young people, to older people, because we also have a huge cohort of persons who are older who are making a shift from their traditional careers and moving into agriculture. So we're seeing that entrance as well at different levels, and being able to service all aspects of that is going to be key and critical to developing the agricultural sector going forward. So in short, that emphasis on agricultural education has to continue. The relationships we are seeking to build will be to strengthen all of those bonds. We appreciate that you need both hands to clap. So all players must come in and be able to do their part so that we can deliver the best possible education as it relates to agriculture for the people of Barbados, to ensure that we do have the new careers and skills. We did have colleagues from the University of West Indies engaging with us as we started to roll out some of these technologies. So we are stimulated on both sides on working together. Likewise, I think just about 2 weeks ago, we would have hosted with the Barbados Community College a set of students from French Guiana as well as part of that agricultural educational outreach. We work closely with the SJPI. Currently, when they have students internships, some of our staff actually participate and offer training. In some instances, they also go into the community college as well and provide teaching sessions and share that knowledge. So those relationships are already there. What we need to do is just to continue to build on that work that is being done and expand it so that we are getting the best for our people. Thank you.
And I thank you for that, CEO, because my main concern is the scaling up of what we have to do. We are so far behind, but obviously there's a lot of work that is being done. And I just want to reiterate, I know that the report that Dr. Brathwaite had done suggested that we needed to have pest management specialists. We needed certified crop advisors. We needed to have nursery technicians and post-harvest specialists. And I'm not sure whether those positions are being identified either in-house or if they are through partnerships. But I think that a lot of what came out of that report with the synergy between the two ministries is something that we have to now really kind of focus on heavily, because I think the number of students who are leaving Barbados, having perhaps pursued the areas within agriculture, it says to me that we're going to have to look outside. It says to me that we have to encourage people to get involved in agriculture, and therefore we may need to bring in persons, if we don't have those persons on island, to be able to ensure that we can pass on the necessary knowledge as well.
Yes, Honourable Member, as it relates to developing those types of skills within the Ministry of Agriculture, certainly. We would have spoken earlier about the deconstruction and reconstruction of the ministry and making it fit for purpose. And we have recognized that there are these new careers, careers also in terms of digital agriculture, drone pilots, new things like that are also coming on stream. And those are taken into account in the new structure that is being proposed for the Ministry of Agriculture. The next step would be to start to identify where would be the training opportunities. Yesterday we would have spoken about training in our session, and training that is relevant, that will help to enhance the sector or the country in a very specific way and being targeted in that. So that will be the next step as well, and being able to identify persons who are going to be delivering on this every day, coming to work, doing that work, and making a difference in the sector. So yes, these parts are being incorporated into our new fit for purpose structure. Those have been considered, and we are looking to develop, and not just the skill set within the ministry, but also within the private sector is also key and critical, because we need to have resources on both levels, because we want to develop that entrepreneurial drive within the sector as well. So we would stand ready to, if we become, the ministry is anchored in those skills, then we become that capacity or the ability to build the capacity then within the private sector that they can develop those things. So yes, this work is definitely ongoing. Thank you.
And just more so by way of comment, thank you for that. I want to thank the ministry for the efforts being made in the Pine Basin. It doesn't directly affect me alone, but it affects a number of my other colleagues and certainly the residents in the surrounding areas. I did have a concern, and I think the members of the team will be well aware in terms of the length of time that it had taken once persons were identified to be able to have the lands plowed, and obviously the issue of accessing water. But I think it's an excellent initiative. In the inner communities, it is obviously not as easy to get a breadfruit and get some cassava growing in the backyard. And therefore, when you actually end up with these types of projects in inner communities, I think it helps to feed people, but it also has encouraged a level of entrepreneurship in the surrounding communities, which I think is to be applauded as well. So I would just really, by way of comment, urge the ministry in all that it's doing to ensure that the hopes of a number of the persons who have applied to participate in agriculture, that you are able to at least get back to those persons, indicate what the challenges may be, because we don't want to have people, especially young people, interested in getting involved in this sector. People often say young people don't want to grow anything. Well, that's not been my experience. They want to grow, but they also want the assistance to be able to know what to grow and how to grow it. And they also don't want to wait long periods of time before you actually start the program. So I think that if it is that we need resources or additional resources to be able to get these programs off of the ground, I would hope that the estimates, certainly for this year and going forward, that the resources are directed into those areas so that we can encourage more of the entrepreneurial activity across the country with our young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I support what you're saying in terms of the length of time that it takes sometimes to get things done. Resources obviously will be part of the problem. We have been able to get the resources we need, or most of it, for these coming estimates, and therefore I'm pleased to report to you that the project that you see going on there is because we are confident that we can deliver it. There are some issues, however, that we discuss, and between you and I and the team at the BADMC, we will drill down to those and make sure that we can have them rectified. I believe that the Pine Basin project is an extremely good one. When we set up the shade houses and finish the cultivation over there, it is going to transform the area, and that is what I'm looking forward to. Equally, a number of the people who are in the program are people who are from the surrounding districts, which will be the St. Michael area, and that is also very important for me. And then the other thing is that it is for us to be able to keep people in farming when they get involved. Oftentimes, people get involved only to realize in the end that they're coming out in the sun or the rain, that it is hard work. They don't have the resources to employ people. I keep telling people one of the worst things that happened to this country is when all the Guyanese workers that we had in agriculture were packed up and sent away from this country, you know. Because a young person who want to get involved in agriculture, who getting the support like they're getting from the government, but does not have the skills and does not feel that they're capable of doing the hard work, could have hired some of those people as well. We don't have that labor available to us anymore. So what you will find is that people want to do it. We are encouraging them to do it. We're giving them the support to do it. But then, for some reason, they're not continuing because they realize this is not something they can do. And so we have to now move it to the next level by making sure that when we get them involved, we have enough support packed around them to keep them to continue going. That's the reason why we have just hired in the north someone to coordinate with the farmers to make sure that they get the help they need. And right across the country, we're going to have a coordinated program so that farmers, when they come into agriculture, they're not leaving because they don't feel that they're getting the support they need or they can't handle it. And that is something that we are able to fix this time around to make sure we can keep people going. But I do look forward to the project, and I look forward to us working together to make sure it's delivered properly.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very direct. And the honourable member for St. Michael Southeast, who spoke before me, gave me a perfect segue into this next observation, because she mentioned the Pine Basin project. Having said, Minister, that we expect to be able to do a little bit better with Project CARE, having also acknowledged that the feed program training has been completed, but for many of my constituents, the land has not been allocated. We then can turn and have turned to a swath of land in the Pine Basin area, which is opposite the current Pine Basin project. So, as you know, that Pine Road separates St. Michael Southeast and St. Michael South Central. And so the member who spoke before me has enjoyed quite some bounty on her side, even though we all benefit from it. The bounty remains to be seen on my side. And it is not just a question of agriculture, but it is a question of environmental protection, as a question of residential safety as well. Because as you know, in the hotter months, that area is often catches fire. That's why we had to do the clearing of the area. And we need to make sure that it continues to be cleared while the preparations are made. So my question, the first of two, is having established that there are some things that need to be done across ministries in order to get the project established, and also having agreed that some of these 16, hopefully the majority of the 16 shade houses that you've managed to get on island will be erected on that side of the Pine Basin area. I know some have to go on the opposite side. I wanted you to say a little bit about how that shade house system you envision will operate for that project. And to be clear to those listening, I'm talking about the area behind the new CXC building. That area that has been overgrown, it has flooding and drainage issues, it has fire issues in hotter months, and it has security issues for some of the residents. With this shade house approach, to be able to generate community farming, one, when do you anticipate that the project will be up and running? And two, how do you expect these shade houses to function in terms of how people will be able to use them, the kinds of yields that they can expect, and so on?
Thank you, Honourable Member, and you're absolutely correct. We are indeed working on that area to make sure that that project is delivered as well. Only this morning I had a conversation with Minister of Housing and Lands to make sure that he moves it forward so that we can get access to the land. The difference there is that the land that falls on the other side in the Pine Basin falls under the BADMC, so they can immediately start to do things there. And we're gonna make sure that we forge ahead in making sure that we get that land available to us so that we can do that project there for you. I would let the BADMC explain the shade house project. There are a total of 50 shade houses in the end that we will have, 50. So we only got the first 16, but we will get the others. And they have a schedule already where they're gonna set up those shade houses. They're gonna provide the training as well, training to set them up so that locals here can set them up, and then training to use them, and the crops that are gonna be identified for them. So I will let Mr. Innes speak to that, but you can rest assured that I spoke to the Minister of Housing and Lands this morning, and he has given me the assurance that that land acquisition is gonna come here very shortly.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Honourable Member. In terms of the shade houses, the original design that had been planned for, well, distribution was a wooden design that the Guyanese had showcased. I think when the ministry would have visited in 2022, I believe. That model, however, does not seem to be what they're able to send to us at scale. So the 16, that we've received are actually aluminum shade houses, quite large. So we are working with their technical team to actually transfer some knowledge in terms of the setup of those shade houses. The current model that we have on island would require something of a, if not concrete base, but something of a secure base to actually establish the corners so that you have something a bit more rigid. So as I said, a bit of a difference from what was the original expectation, but we actually had one of their officers on island just last week, Monday, Tuesday. So we've started that process of the knowledge transfer. The instruction manuals need to be translated. Unfortunately, they're in Portuguese. So we are actively doing that over the course of the next couple of weeks. And once we can arrange for them to return, we actually hope to start the setup of a few samples and engage with training for some persons as well, so that, again, there is that knowledge capacity building on island.
the determination of the actual sizes that would be available to persons, I think we may have to actually, depending on the size, so in the Pine Basin area, for instance, the models that we have are 100 feet by 30 feet, which is quite large and would, I think, be a challenge in that space. So we would have to look at how perhaps it could be segmented and utilized for persons. So all of that, I think we have to build out an action plan, and we will be working on doing that in parallel to the land allocation matters and in the actual access to the lands. So we would hope that once that is resolved, we can move immediately to start the allocation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. My last question really relates to something, Minister, that I don't want to put you on the spot, and I also don't think that certain issues should be negotiated in public. But I have a concern. Sometime back, we saw, and it has been in the press again recently, that there were some challenges with the main or perhaps only feed supplier on the island with respect to the pricing of feed. Now, I was very interested to hear Dr. McLean talk about, and perhaps other officers talk about plans for sustainable feed supply, kind of homegrown and varied options. But I wanted you to have an opportunity to say what you can about that idea of sustainable feed supply. Because I seem to recall that when the issue first came up about about potentially having to increase feed prices, the agreement that was reached between the supplier and the government at that time would have given them a little bit of space to look at cost structure, well, I should say, given the sector, a little bit of space to look at cost structure, to look at some of the issues that they have, to see how we can come to some understanding or some compact that would lead to a sustainable feed supply for farmers. Now, we seem to be back at the beginning point. And I wanted to give an opportunity to allay some of the fears or concerns of those who rely on a reasonable price of feed in terms of what your ministry is attempting to do, is able to do, believes it can do to address this issue.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will say as much as I can at this point in time because I did have a conversation with the feed manufacturer, and there's certain sensitive information that they're sharing with us, which we are going through at the planning unit in the ministry. Once that's completed, I will come back and give a full and frank disclosure on what we have discovered in terms of prices. Remember, they're in the commodities market, and that has been fluctuating. So we want to get the best solution for the farmers, and we are going to work with the information provided by them so that between us and the manufacturers, we can determine what is the best way forward, and then we will then take the necessary action to involve government so that the farmers will be assured that we have done all that we can to make sure that they are not being asked to pay a price that is not affordable. But at the same time, we have to be cognizant of the risk to the investors at the Pinnacle Feeds, where they also are investing for a return on investment. So those are the sensitive areas that we're looking at, and we will make sure that if it comes down to it, that we come back to the table and frankly make sure that the farmers in Barbados are not disadvantaged.
Thanks, Minister. I wanted to give an opportunity to respond to the concern that this was something that would perhaps get away from us. But I believe that both parties understand the importance, and I think when you have a business in a development setting, in a small island developing state, you understand that it is also about making sure that industry survives. And I'm sure that that is realized by both parties, so I thank you for that response.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, and that's the reason why it's a sensitive issue at this point in time. But I can give you the assurance that I'm going to come back before the 15th with an answer.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, you may wind up. Give your closing comments. Honourable Minister, give your closing comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me start by thanking all of my colleagues who have joined me in participating in this presentation to make sure that we can share with all Barbadians what is happening in the sector, but equally share with all Barbadians the hard work that is being done by my team at the ministry. I want to especially thank my permanent secretary, and I'm doing this because not often do you get a permanent secretary who is responsive to you every single time you call to say, Minister, I am going to do it. I have had 3 permanent secretaries, and this one permanent secretary I can call on any time, and he will say to me, Minister, I will do it, and I want to thank him for that. I also want to thank my Chief Agriculture Officer, who comes to my office to say to me, Minister, I am going to make sure you get your work done. But it is a lot that I have to do, and I am sure that at some point in time, she will get her 2 deputies, and then the rest of the team, the entire technical team, I want to thank them. I want to thank the team at the SOEs, BAMC, BADMC, BACT, and Southern Meats, even though we didn't hear from all of them today. And I especially want to thank Barbadians for walking with us and supporting the work we're doing. We're always going to get criticized. There ain't nothing on earth that any of us in this honorable chamber can do that we're not going to get criticism for. But I am always heartened by the fact that when you look at a presentation like this and see the amount of positives compared to the negatives, I strongly believe that we're on the right path. And so, Mr. Chairman, I want to move that Head 83 stands part.
The question is that Head 83 stand part. All honourable members in favor, say aye. Honourable members against, we say no. We think the ayes have it. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that you do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honourable members in favor, say aye. Honourable members against, we say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we've come to the end of today's sitting. I therefore beg to move the suspension of the House until Monday, this a.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until Monday, the 6th day of March at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until Monday, the 6th day of March at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.